Mr. Goire, you can hear us?
Yes, I can.
And you can see us?
Yes, I can.
But we can't hear me. It's speak louder.
Okay, one
Is that
second.
better?
Mr. Goire,
Yes.
is that better for you guys or?
Absolutely.
Can you hear?
Yes. Great. Thanks, Kristen.
Ready? Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Andre Goire, inmate number 444897.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Andre Goire, inmate number 444897. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, suspended by 30 months to serve, followed by 3 years probation for assault second with a motor vehicle, assault second with a motor vehicle while intoxicated, and illegal operation of a motor vehicle while under the influence. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 10th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender completed the DUI program in Tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Goire, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning, everyone. I wrote a letter. It's a letter of apology and change. First and foremost, I want to apologize to the people which I have affected through my prior impulsive actions and mindset. I've made immature, senseless, unmindful mistakes that I deeply regret on a daily basis. I have accepted the consequences of my action, bearing full responsibility for my wrongdoings. To this day, I feel remorse. Due to my negligence, I negatively impacted the course of multiple people's lives, consequently causing harm and pain to the victims involved. For those reasons, I offer up my sincerest apologies. I'm currently in a halfway house. I've been in this facility for about 2 months. I'm blessed to have this opportunity. I show my gratitude by continuing to live a clean and honest lifestyle. I've made positive steps by securing employment at ShopRite as the department manager. I've been cooking and handling hot food. I've had that job for about two weeks now. While incarcerated, I took advantage of the programs offered to me, completing DUI and Tier 2. I gained further insight on my previous mindset, continue to accept and acknowledge that I am an addict and I will always be an addict. These programs have taught me more than just don't do drugs or alcohol. They taught me all my actions have a reaction, that I have to be aware of myself, to think things through. When my overactive mind begins to be too impulsive or compulsive, I need to ground myself in reality. By questioning my actions, sharing my experience, listening intently, I have gained a broader perspective on how I treated people and myself throughout my past. By not pushing blame onto others and accepting responsibility for my wrongs, I truly learned how my actions affected others. I learned how to identify my triggers and how to deal with them in positive ways. I learned how to better control my emotions, putting logical thinking over emotional-based behavior. I learned to think of others' well-being, and my actions do not just affect me. I learned that I have a choice on how I view things in life. Before incarcerations, I used to view my circumstance as a car accident. Through perspective, I view it as a car crash because I had a lot of choices leading up to it that I chose to do wrong. Therefore, going forward, I will make better choices, think about my actions, slow down and value not just my life, but the lives of others around me, and respect others around me.
Are you all done, Mr. Goire?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for that well-written opening comments. Did you write it by yourself?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay, well, we appreciate you taking the time to do that.
Thank
So
you.
there are 3 of us and we're going to take turns to ask you questions. Once we're done, we will deliberate on the record and then give you our answer. Okay? Give you
Okay.
our decision. I'm going to ask Mr. Rodriguez to begin with a
Thank you,
question.
Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Goire.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for that opening statement. You did address a few of the questions that I had within the context of that statement. But these were very serious. This is a very serious accident with quite a few victims involved in this. What in the world led up to all of this?
So the day of the accident, I was working full time as a chef at a bar and grill. My toxicology showed that I had no alcohol in my system. I just had marijuana in the car, and I had marijuana in my system. I was rushing back to work on my lunch break because I was training a person that barely spoke any English, and I was trying to get back. So if he had a modification on his order, he wouldn't be able to properly do the order. And in that moment, I should have slowed down and realized that there's people around me, and me trying to hurry back to work doesn't trump the people around me and their safety.
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So you were smoking while on the job?
No, I ended up getting ambulanced out, and they took my blood, and I had marijuana in my system. I did not smoke that day.
Oh, so it was residue from before, if I remember talking before. Were you high
Yes.
were you high when you were driving the car?
No.
How do you, so I'm having how do you explain the incident? You weren't high?
I was impulsively driving too fast to try to rush back to work. But in my bloodstream, there was THC, Delta 8 and Delta 9.
From a previous.
Yes. I
Yeah, I
currently
got it.
don't smoke. I haven't smoked in years.
So the issue,
I haven't
the issue
drank.
here was you deciding to go really fast and not pay attention to the speed laws.
Yes, sir.
You lost control of your car.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I mean, you don't have a prior criminal history, although you do have a recent arrest in 2023 that came up. All right, what happened? What happened there? That's after
2023, I was in car. That was within the same month. The burglary charge, I was working at the bar and grill, and I was working at Dunkin' Donuts, and they weren't tipping us out they weren't tipping us out properly. I was a bartender at the bar and grill, and they were withholding our tips, and I decided to take the tip money and give it out to the associates, and they hit me with a burglary charge. I took matters into my own hand.
That was another impulsive decision you made?
Yes, those are all within 2 months of each other. Those are all from 2020.
So what drives this impulsivity for you?
Excuse me?
What drives this impulsivity for you?
At the time, I don't believe I was valuing life the way that I was supposed to. After this point, after I got into the car crash and I got out of the hospital, I actually checked myself into a 6-month program. I lived in a sober house for a year. It was the program was originally in Canton, Massachusetts, and then I went on to Falmouth, Massachusetts. It was a 2-part inpatient program. After that point, I lived in a sober house for a year.
Okay. All right. So tell me a little bit about programs that you've taken, and what and the involvement in those programs has really contributed to your change. What did you learn? What are your skills you learned? What were those things that you really got from that program?
So after the car crash, I decided that I was not living life the right way. I began to truly acknowledge the fault in my way of thinking, my thinking patterns, my mindset, and I knew that I had to get away from the people I was hanging out with, the routine of my lifestyle. So I called a hotline. I had really good insurance at the time, and they ended up placing me in Canton, Massachusetts at Bedrock Recovery. From there, I was in Bedrock for about a month and a half. That was the first phase of treatment. There, I truly started to realize that my impact on others affects people in a negative. It's the ripple effect. And I started to take my life seriously. I started to take other people seriously. I started to help others in a way that I needed help. I went through extensive therapy, and I look back at my childhood traumas. I looked back at everything that might be causing me pain, on why I was doing stuff impulsive and why I was feeling the way I was feeling at that point in time. From there, I went to Falmouth, Massachusetts to complete the second phase of the program, still inpatient, and I stayed there for a few months after that in Falmouth, Massachusetts. And in that program was called RCI, Recovery of Champions. From Recovery of Champions, I went into their sober house program, and they recommended that I live in a sober house, that I don't get into any relationships for the next year, and that I truly work on myself, how I view things, and what I'm going to do forward in life. What I took from that whole experience though is that I had childhood traumas. My father was shot when I was 6 years old, but my life was not bad. I don't have to rush throughout life. I don't have to put my feelings and my emotions over the feelings and emotions of others around me. I continued with AA. and it showed me that there's a whole bunch of people hurting out there. There's a whole bunch of people that need help, and it's not about me. It's bigger than me. While I was in the sober house after a year, I had a sponsor. His name is Rodney Coleman, and I continued with that process, and I ended up getting a sponsee, Tyler Rabinoff, and he was my sponsor up until when I was incarcerated. He currently just had a lapse, but it showed me that I can move on past the point in which I was, and I can make a difference into the people whose lives I affect. While I was in Massachusetts, I worked at Walmart full time. I was a first shift manager supervisor, and I worked my way up to that point.
I just want to start because we've read some of that information already. I'm trying to get to like what you've learned now and what you've gotten now from the program that you've taken while you were there, while you were inside.
Are you referring to
the DUI
Tier
program
two?
and
Okay.
and your tier program?
Oh, from DUI and tier. So
Sorry, I
DUI.
clarified that earlier.
Sorry. So tier 2 was more drug related and it was more like just basically saying no to drugs. But what I took from that is that drugs aren't the problem. How we feel there's a problem, and what we need to do better is think of the solution for that problem. And my solution while I was incarcerated, I used to write a lot. I tried to help other inmates. I tried to see my faults when I talked and had conversations with other inmates. The DUI program hit me deep because there was other people with similar charges in my program, like manslaughter and assault 2s and assault 1s with motor vehicles. And it showed me that my circumstance and what happened could have been a lot worse. It also showed me that my mindset was a little skewed. I looked at it as a car accident, like it was an accident. And at the end of the day, I chose to be driving too fast for a reason that was not important.
So now you've been in a halfway house. What are you doing now is related to your relapse prevention?
I go to AA meetings online. I'm in a wellness group that the halfway house provides. And we talk about our weekly wellness. We talk about stress. We talk about coping skills. We talk about our triggers. Every week is different.
And can you just share a little bit about what your plans are in continuing to transition out? What are you working on in terms of employment, education? Because I see you do have some college.
Yes.
And
so yeah, I went to UConn for about 3 semesters, the Waterbury branch. As I re-assimilate into society, there's a few things that I want to work on. One, I want to continue to work a full-time job. I actually have a beautiful fiance and a little girl that has Down syndrome. So I've been proactive in the Down syndrome group since I've been out of incarceration, just to fill my time in between work so that I have positivity throughout that. So I want to continue with the Down syndrome group. I want to continue to go to AA meetings online. If I'm allowed parole, I definitely want to find a home group church. I'm very faith and spiritual based. And yeah, that's my plan. As far as college wise, maybe further down the line, a year from now, I could look at going back to college.
okay. And tell me a little bit about what your support system looks like upon your release from the halfway house. If you go
my support system is beautiful. Honestly, I can't thank my family enough. My fiance is very adamant. She's my approved driver while I'm in the halfway house. She picks me up from work. She drops me off at work. She listens to how I'm feeling on a day-to-day basis. She grounds me when I need it. My daughter has been the light of my life. She gives me a why and a purpose, and she helps me think differently on how I'm supposed to treat others, how I'm supposed to go about life and be a man and a father for the people around me, not just for my family. My mother has been nothing but supportive. I'm currently in Waterbury. She helps me financially. She helps me. She's just a phone call away. She helps me whenever I need someone to talk to on top of the online AA classes. My stepfather has been nothing but supportive. They're honest with me. They give me tough love. Like they realize that I made a mistake in life, but they're also telling me that I'm only 26 years old and that I still have a whole bunch of life to live and a whole bunch of life and love to give to other people.
It's probably more or less a mistake and more a choice that you made to do what you
Yes.
decided to do, right? Madam Chair, I think at this moment I don't have any additional questions. Do you have your driver's license?
Since I've been out, I don't currently have my driver's license. Since I've been out, I've looked up the steps to get my driver's license back. In the meantime, my fiance is very adamant and she picks me up to and from work. But I looked up the proper steps. My license actually expired, so I have to go through the process of getting my learner's permit again, receiving my license, and then I would have to get the IUD, the breathalyzer in the car.
That's interesting because this is for marijuana now.
It is. I called DMV and they said that that's my only stipulation, that I would have to get that in the car, which I have no problem with if that time occurs.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for answering my questions this morning, Mr. Goire. Good luck to you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Goire, at the time of the accident, was your license valid?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you were driving with a suspended license.
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the IUD that you have to put on your car, it's not just for the marijuana, it's for the alcohol.
Excuse me?
Did you hear that?
What you
Yes.
have to install in your car,
Yes.
yeah, it's for the alcohol.
Yeah.
Okay.
I currently,
And-
I don't drink. I haven't drank since 2020.
Okay, how
I'm
old
clean,
is your
so-
daughter?
My daughter just turned 1 yesterday.
Okay. So have you always had the support of your mother, and I believe you said your stepfather and your grandmother and your fiance?
Yes, I have. My fiance is actually from Massachusetts, and she's not that close with her family, and she ended up, while I was incarcerated, she ended up moving down to Connecticut so she would have the help and support from my mother, my stepfather, my grandmother. My grandmother has been a godsend.
Yeah, but so they were always there for you. It's not just because of this accident. And, you know, saying that you're only 26, Mr. Goire, 26 is old enough not to make mistakes like you're saying. It's the choices that you're making.
Yes.
Okay. And so, you know, you talk about your mindset being skewed. Why do you think your mindset has been skewed?
At that point in time, I was not living right. I was making the wrong decisions. Again, this all happened in 2020. I was 21, turning 22. I was young. I was very immature, and I was making the wrong choices, and the choices that I was making in life were leading me down the wrong way, wrong road.
Yeah. You know, one thing I can tell you that, well, the day that you were rushing back to work, you know, that was also a poor choice. And you did indicate that you thought it's your way of thinking at the time.
Yes.
So, you know, I certainly appreciate your sincere apologies to the victims, and
I actually
you know, want
wrote.
to. Go ahead.
I actually wrote them letters. I don't know if there's any way to get them, but I wrote letters to every victim that was in my car crash.
And it's good that you put yourself in treatment and did follow up. I think the important thing for you now is, you know, where you go from here. And you're 26 years old, and hopefully you won't be that dependent on your mother and your stepfather and your grandmother. because part of being a responsible adult is taking responsibility for yourself. And it's good for you to have them there as support in terms of, you know, your drinking and your smoking. So you understand what I'm saying. And you're not a dumb person. You said you completed 3 semesters at UConn. So whatever opportunity that you're given today, hopefully you're gonna follow through with all the things that you say you're doing. Okay, I don't have any further questions, Ms. Turner.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Goire, you were going 98 miles an hour. So when you say impulsively speeding, I think it's recklessly speeding. You know, the speed limit where you were was 45. So you were going double the speed limit in the area. So much so that your car went airborne when you impacted the other vehicle. Were you yourself injured?
Yes, I broke my ankle, my hip, a rib, and punctured my liver.
We don't have the sentencing transcript in your case. Why did you choose to plead under the Alford doctrine?
I'm not a lawyer by any means. When I talked to my lawyer, she said that out the doctrine would be my best case scenario because we were disputing the marijuana in my system at the time.
What was the basis of the dispute? It was tested and found in your bloodstream at the time of the accident. What's there to dispute?
That I was physically high and smoking that day. Why marijuana can stay in your bloodstream for up to several days and weeks.
So it's still in your system and it's still impacting you even if you're not actually high from it.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason that you want parole is you want to leave the halfway house?
I would like to be active, an active role in my family and in my daughter's life.
And you want to sponsor to your fiance in New Haven?
Yes.
Where is the ShopRite job?
The ShopRite job, I'm currently training in Orange, Connecticut. And after training, I'm either going to be placed in East Haven or Hamden, Connecticut.
How long does training last?
Anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks.
You know, you're undergoing a lot of change and restructuring of your whole thought process. I'm not sure with a year left on your sentence, you did just barely a year of it incarcerated, that it's, you know, more change is, you know, going to be in your best interest at this time. So, any thoughts about that?
My thoughts on that is, I welcome positive change. I welcome positivity into my life. The only change would be I'd be at home. I'd be at home with my daughter, and I'd be able to get to my employment.
Sir, there's a new job. You're adjusting to the halfway house. You're training at your new job. Then you're going to be relocated to your, you know, your shop, the store that you're going to work out of. There's a lot of change. You're going to reapply for your driver's license. You know, there's a lot going on. Don't minimize the realities that are facing you. I'm glad you have a strong support system. quite honestly, sir, if you were in the prison and asking us for discretionary parole, my answer would be no. I would not have put you in a halfway house, not at this time. So I really wish you could have taken the Voices program, because I'm not sure you really appreciate the full extent. I mean, somebody's back was broken. Are your friends Alex or Louise in touch with you at all?
I haven't talked to them in a couple of years.
Okay, so that's pretty tragic in and of itself. Before you send any letters, talk to your probation officer.
Okay.
Make sure that that's an appropriate thing for you to do. I have no more questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Mr. Goire, we are going to discuss your case. You can listen but not say anything.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Richard.
In Mr. Goire's case, I mean, there are some positive things that are happening for him right now. And I think he's really, at least coming to grips with some of the things that have occurred. I mean, he has no previous history. He rates moderate. He has no DRs. So there are some good things that happened to him while he was in prison, and also while he's out, he's working. He's going.
David, I'm going to just jump in. He's been out 2 months. He's had a job for 2
I'm gonna
weeks.
get to that. For turn.
Okay.
I'm just saying some of the positive things that I heard, but in light of that, he's only been out since August of this year, and I think he could probably use some more time still.
Oh, that wasn't my point. My point was that he's been out 2 months and it's taken him 6 weeks to a secure job.
Yeah, so that's why I feel he still needs more time to be able to do that. So I am not in support of his discretionary parole today. I do think he needs a little bit more time. I would consider bringing him back. He's got a year. 6 months, see how he does. See if some of those things straighten out for him. If he works on his license situation, those kinds of things. How his job turns out with ShopRite, because he is in training right now. We still don't know whether that's even going to be a positive thing. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Okay, so Mr. Goire has a lot on his plate. Part of what he deals with is making compulsive decisions. There are a lot of new things that he's working on. The job training, going to live with his fiance, being anxious to go out to be with his daughter. I think Mr. Goire needs some more time to spend working on his impulsivity and continue to work some more on his sobriety. He's anxious to go out and reapply for his license. I just think he may need to wait a little bit more for that. He's going to need one of those IUD in his car. And there's a lot that he has to contend with. And I do think that he needs some more time before he goes out. That's where I am.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Rodriguez, but we are looking at somebody who, without a criminal history, was driving on a suspended license, binge drinks on the weekends. So he, that stays in your system 72 hours. So there were a lot of concerning behaviors on his part. He was very young. I appreciate that he recognizes that this was a crash and not an accident, but then he does minimize by using the term mistake. It was a series of poor choices on his part. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation. I think he's, I preferred a release plan for him to a halfway house such that he could stand on his own 2 feet, start adulting in his life, be responsible. And, I think he ought to start taking the bus instead of burdening, his girlfriend who's trying to raise their daughter with driving him around to and from his job. I'm sure she has her own employment issues. So, there's more adulting that he could be doing.
I would agree that if he does go that he stays at the halfway house. And in terms of having to learn to do things on his own, as I was saying, instead of being dependent, you know, first it was his mother and now it's his fiance. So I'm with you there, Ms. Turner, to stay at the halfway house or,
And that's a remarkable gift for the damage caused in so many
Very
lives.
It was a very serious
Yeah,
accident.
Yeah, and I'm not interested in a rehear.
neither am I.
So, looking at-
So nature and circumstance.
That's what I have. Yeah. Anything else? So in the case of Andre Goire, there is a motion to deny request today based on the nature and circumstances of the current offense. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So Mr. Goire, we were unable to grant you release today, but we wish you the best of luck and hope that you make the right decision and gain some independence for yourself before going out to depend on others. Okay? So good luck.
This concludes the hearing for Andre Goire, inmate number 444897. You're all set, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
I knew.
Good
somehow-
morning.
You told it like.
Good morning.
How are you?
I am fine.
Good. We are starting order.
Okay, just as the list is?
The only difference is we're gonna have Doty go last, but other than that, we're gonna follow the list.
Could you repeat that name for me, please?
Jason Doty or Dottie,
Oh, okay,
we're gonna have him go last.
okay. Okay, I'll have them in just now.
All right, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Gilberto? Obviously, the light goes off and you gotta wait your hand, okay? So it's the active make the sense of it. Gilberto. Right, that's right.
Oh. Good morning, Mr. Mendez. Just give us 1 minute, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Councilmember Rodriguez, good morning.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Gilberto Mendez, 219-024.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Gilberto Mendez, inmate number 219024. He is serving a sentence of 45 months flat for criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of February 20th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender is currently participating in the MAT and Tier 4 with an estimated completion date of 1/15/2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Mendez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. Coming back to being incarcerated and allowing the drug use that I've been having over periods of time of my life, I lost everything. I don't have no address to go home to. So when I got caught for this crime that happened to the girl, I signed myself up because any other time I would just come in, do the time. And this is the best time that I have a chance to prove myself, not to other people, but to myself. Coming into the program and allowing myself to open up to a lot of people, and there is help. I was out on parole before this for 3 years, and I was working in Middletown, Toyota. So I had clean time before. I just allowed the drugs to take over my life once again, and it happened, and that's what I have. But I would love to go back to a halfway house because I don't have an address, but I start something in my life now that I want to finish and keep working because it's a life term and not just being incarcerated and going to AA and NA for now, but to my whole life into life term.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mendez.
Welcome.
So, Mr. Mendez,
Yes, ma'am.
why are you incarcerated today?
I will allow the drugs. I make wrong decisions. It was on my birthday, 4/18. As a gift, they gave me a handgun. And the same day, I guess it was never meant to me, I went to the gas station and I got caught with it.
So, you have this extensive criminal history. And you
Yes, ma'am.
know, as an ex-offender, that you're not supposed to have a gun.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you accept the gun?
Under the influence, being not even thinking about it. But it was never meant to be for me to have it because I got caught with it anyway. So I take responsibility for it. So
So you're saying you took the gun because you were under the influence.
it was a gift that was given to me. So I just took it. I was not in the right state of mind. Took it, put it on my hips, and I went to the gas station.
Wait a minute. First, now you say you were not in the right state of mind.
No,
So what was your state of mind when they gave you the gun and you accepted it?
when I took it, I was under the influence. I was already high, basically.
But that's what I asked you before.
Oh,
And
yes.
you said no.
No, I ain't kind of nervous, so I'm sorry for that.
You know, Mr. Gilberto, your history is not helping you. It's been going on 30 years. You've been given so many opportunities to be out there. Many, and you failed all of them. I did read that at one time you were there in the community for 3 years clean.
Yes.
So what happened?
Our argument, like I said, I lost my relationship, my wife for 27 years, my kids, I went and used, and I never went back home. I didn't have the support I was supposed to have it about the drugs. So big argument, left the house, never came back.
Mr. Mendez, how
Yes,
old
ma'am.
are you?
48.
Okay. You've been committing crimes for the last 30 years of your life. What kind of support that you were looking for that would have prevented you from taking the gun and using it?
Right now, all I'm asking the board is, I started a program here. I'm trying to go to a halfway house to better get the apartment. I know it's programs out there. I never have reached out for that. I never had I always had my address. I always had my wife. I always had her to be there. I don't have her. I don't have nothing to lose, everything to gain now. So I want to get my own apartment. I do have my license when I was out there. So going back out there and being around positive people. Keep going
Mr.
with the flow.
Mendez,
Yes,
I don't want to interrupt you, but you've been on parole more than once. And I do know that you were referred to programs. You can't
Yes.
tell me you didn't, because I know parole did.
no, yes, that's how I stood out there for 3 years. I was on a
And
bracelet on GPS for 2 years.
Right.
So I do work. I do work. I'm not saying that I don't work. I do work.
So then you're out on parole, you do programs, and then what happened? You go out, you commit another offense, and you violate parole, and you come back with new charges. And you've done that many times over the years. The last time you did that was, oh my goodness. So March of 2023, you absconded from special parole. Do you remember
Yes.
that?
Yes, ma'am. That's when I left my house too at the same time.
It's not the first time that you either escaped or absconded. So here you are with a 45-month flat sentence. Parole or special parole hasn't worked for you. And either of those, whether it's discretionary parole or special parole, it means that you get closed monitoring supervision, and you still didn't do well. So what is it that is going to work for you? And please don't tell me that you want programs, because you've had programs before.
No, it ain't. I'm serious about my life. Growing up, going out there, this is the only program that I've been to that is tier 4 that I've been to, that I allow myself to go to for my life. For my
Okay.
life. I done OD once and almost lost my life in this bid. So I don't want to lose my life over drugs. I still got grandkids. I still got kids in my life. So I still have a relationship with them, with my mother. So I don't want to give up that easy. I'm not a quitter. To be honest, I've been in the bottom. Everything I'm doing now is gaining, and it's everything new to me. But I'm not going to quit on nobody. So if y'all allow me, I promise that I will finish what I got started. Not just for the board, for myself to keep on.
Mr. Mendez, that is a very, very tough ask, because, you know, you talk about wanting to be there with your kids and your grandkids. but they've always been there. They were there up to April of last year when you absconded.
Yes, they're always been
They
there.
were always there. You weren't there.
No, I wasn't. And once again, this is rock bottom for me, man. This is it for me. Like, I don't want to go out and use and die. I don't want to do that. I want to fight and keep fighting and become somebody. Even if I die, I want to die clean. You know what I'm saying? I just want to give myself a shot, and I know I can do it. If I had 3 years, I know I could keep going more than 3 years to finish everything that I got to finish.
So your last, I'm gonna look at your, you've had some DRs since you've been in. So you had the intox in May, you had the contraband in May, and then in December, you had the interfering with safety and security. And then you had another ticket in April of this year. So what's going on?
The one in April was the OD, if I'm not mistaken, of the methadone. I took somebody else's methadone, which I'm on still methadone, coming down, winging down. The out of place ticket, I was in my cell. I allow another inmate to come to my cell. So, and then the other ones, I was just done.
You know, Mr. Mendez, as I see it, you have a couple issues. You have problems staying out in the community and abiding by parole conditions. You don't follow through on your sobriety, because each time you use and you go to a program, there are requirements that you have to follow through with it. Aftercare, you know, like going to meetings, having a sponsor, working on the 12-step, things that will help you to stay sober. Have you ever tried any of those?
No, this is my first time doing everything now. That's why going to tier 4. Sponsor, all that is new to me. I always try to stay clean and be out for somebody else. I never did it for myself. So I always try for somebody else to stay. That's how I stood clean for 3 years. You know, I never did nothing for myself. This is what I'm doing for myself. I've been down 19 months. I didn't spoke to my wife. That's who I gotta go back, stay clean, and show them, listen, I made a mistake. I am sorry, but getting a sponsor, going to AA, all that is new to me. I never did that. Never in my life. I'm doing it here. So it's allowing me to start little by little. Just not going to me to being honest with myself when I have a problem. I turn around and be like, I need help. And I'm doing it here. I never did that. All this is new to me. That's why I signed up for the tier 4 program. I didn't have a chance to a person, no, you gotta go do the tier 4. I went in there to do it for myself. So even if I don't get parole, I'm still gonna finish it. Because at the end of the day, I'm doing it for myself. You know, I'm not.
Well, that's a very good start, Mr. Mendez. And it's a very positive thing you're saying. It's just you're rated so high because of all your failures and your criminal history and all the things that you have done. And I certainly would like to see you finish the tier program and maybe figure out some things that you want to do that will help you when you go in the community. And I don't think you're there yet, so you still need to do some more work.
Of course.
Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's 100%.
Then I'm all set and I have no further questions because you're willing to be there and complete the tier 4 program. And I know you're in the MAT program, so you know, and one of the things that you want to do is write a very good relapse prevention plan
Okay,
that's gonna help you, okay?
I will do that, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Turner.
So, Mr. Mendez, I commend you for being committed to your own recovery.
Thank you.
We certainly don't want you to see you go out and, as you say, go out and die. You are not eligible until the middle of February for discretionary parole, and you are in Tier 4 until the middle of January. I hope you will ask the counselors there to consider you for aftercare, because you have the highest possible drug score of DOC and drug history going back decades. Your addiction is to very serious, very hard to overcome substances. So, so you need this extra time.
Of course.
But I'm going to lay out some facts for you. You have 1 year remaining on the 7-year sentence of special parole. So that ends in October of 2025. Your new sentence involving a gun ends in October of 2026. So you have 2 years of incarceration that we're discussing at this point. In 2018, you came before the parole board and you were denied discretionary parole with this special parole sentence ahead of you. So you went out to special parole in 2018, and you had, while you were out, a technical violation that brought you back in. And then a month after you were released, you absconded.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
this is telling us that you're not somebody really amenable to supervision, which is why you got the flat sentence. Okay.
I understand.
You have admitted today that you knew you were in the illegal possession of a loaded firearm, and now you tell us you were under the influence, and you drove yourself to the gas station. So we make this decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish your sentences out in the community, and we make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. And what your history shows us is that you have no regard for public safety. Your choices were endangering countless people out in the community. You have 5 years on the deadly weapon offender registry when you get out as a result of this latest conviction.
Yep.
And you have a very extensive family. Of your adult children, I count 4 adult children. One's incarcerated. Do any of them live here in Connecticut?
They all live in Connecticut.
Great. Okay. Well, I encourage you to work on your relationships with them, because perhaps one of them could sponsor you when you are out on probation. So I have no more comments for Mr. Mendez. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair. Will be covered.
So, Mr. Mendez special parole ends, as you said, October 30th, 2025. I am not in favor of letting him out before that date ends. So I think he should finish that sentence of special parole. And let's see, 10/20/26 is when the 48 months. So I am in favor of denying and letting him go to the end of his special parole.
I have him denied and going out end of sentence because he was on special parole, picked up a new charge, was brought back on a technical violation and brought back on an absconding. So He was absconding in, using drugs in possession of a weapon on special parole. It's just too much.
I'm sure it's also too much.
Yeah. So you want him to EOS 10/2026?
He has lots of programs he could do. And
That could be very helpful to him.
yeah, Good Intentions,
Yeah.
which is now got a new name, Voices.
Hopefully he will use that time to be able to.
So I had criminal history on special parole. And
I had nature and circumstance as well as inadequate release plan, so all four.
Right. okay. In the case of Gilberto Mendez, inmate number 219024, there is a motion to deny request for discretionary parole for these reasons. Nature and circumstances of a current offense, criminal history, current offense committed while on special parole, and inadequate release plan. And he is being denied and will go to his end of sentence, which is in October 2026. I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. So, Mr. Mendez, we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Gilberto Mendez, inmate number 219024. You're all set, Mr. Mendez.
Hi, thank you.
Do ask about aftercare, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Good morning, sir. Can I please have your name?
Orlando Nealey?
Give us 1 second, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Nealey, if you wrote something, could you have it out and ready to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is 1 second, actually. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Orlando Nealey, number 279731.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Orlando Nealey, inmate number 279731. He is serving a sentence of 10 years suspended after 4 years, followed by 5 years probation for tampering with physical evidence and evading responsibility which resulted in death. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 5th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed Tier 2 on September 19th, 2024, and is currently participating in voices with an estimated completion date of 10/18/2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range risk of recidivism. Mr. Nealey, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I'd like to read a letter.
Sure, go ahead.
First and foremost, I would like to thank the board for seeing me, and I'd also like to send my deepest apologies to my victim and my victim's family. The impact at large was greater than I ever imagined. However, now I have a much more enlightened understanding of my actions on others and the effect on the community overall. During my incarceration, I actively participated in the Voices program. Voices taught me that my actions not only affect the victim, but may also have an impact on the family and friends. This program made me aware of the ripple effect caused by my bad decisions. I am truly grateful for this program and the critical thinking skills it's helped me obtain. These are things I never imagined learning before. At the beginning of my incarceration, I wasn't handling or accepting my own realities in a mature plus responsible way. Instead, I chose to numb my reality of the harm I inflicted upon others. After being enrolled in the Tier 2 program, what I've learned is that you can never heal an open wound with substance. There is no way to avoid it other than naturally being uncomfortable to make the necessary changes. I'm actually very uncomfortable reading this out loud, but what I've learned is that I'm always a work in progress. I'm making the necessary changes to being open, willing, and honest. Tier 2 has helped me with this tremendously. Lastly, I must ask the board for their continuous help and for an opportunity without prejudice. Parole into a halfway house will ensure structure necessary to continue on the path of my own betterment. Although I cannot fully heal wounds or bring back my victim, I still be able to pay back my societal debts, specifically my restitution. I ask the judge to allow me to honor. It is my hope to continue to do the right thing and never let history repeat itself. I vow to become a productive member of society upon my release. I plan to achieve this by maintaining employment, supporting my family, and participating in mental health plus therapy sessions. I fully accept any decisions made today and hope you can see the change within me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nealey, for your opening comments. We're going to take turns to ask you questions, and then when we're all done, we will deliberate on the record and give you our decision. So Ms. Turner will begin.
So Mr. Nealey, congratulations on completing Tier 2.
Thank you.
That was a necessary and appropriate step for preparing yourself to be successful back out in the community. And I also want to acknowledge that you've gone a year without having a DR. So that is a sign of some change. And that's also positive. But your circumstances are extremely concerning. So someone died as a result of your actions. You were on probation at the time.
Yes,
for
ma'am.
drug selling.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were on a suspended license.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you under the influence?
No, ma'am.
So you have 5 years of probation associated with this sentence, and DOC has not yet reviewed you for a halfway house.
That's
So-
next month.
Great. You have 6 years of this sentence hanging over your head when you go out to the community. I understand this is your 7th period of incarceration.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're 40 years old. So it really is time that things change. So you have young children who, aren't getting any help by you being where you are. But you have a federal sentence. Has that concluded?
Yeah, I finished that when I was home.
Yeah. So that was unlawful transportation of firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
You have your history consists of 16 arrests dating back to 1999 that involve domestic violence and drug crimes, a little larceny, burglary kind of stuff. And then this federal sentence. I understand you feel that your sentence in this case, 10 years with 4 to serve, was really because you were being sentenced off your past criminal history. Is that how you feel about the situation?
Repeat that again, ma'am?
That you were being sentenced for this 10 years with 4 to serve based on your past criminal history?
That's not my past history. That's like how the feds are. Like I said, the feds, like they charge you based off your past.
Okay.
Not the state.
But do you understand that our best predictor of future behavior is past behavior?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, you know, you got the tampering because you endeavored to make repairs to the vehicle you were driving at the time you hit and killed the pedestrian. And your evading charge was because you left the scene and didn't fail to render aid or show any compassion or take any responsibility for someone laying in the road. Why?
I didn't know in the beginning that I hit somebody, man. And I told the officer that, like, and that's the honest truth. I really didn't know. It was a rainstorm.
Well, they landed on the hood of your car, or it wouldn't have been dented and you wouldn't have replaced it. So what did you think you did?
I had a small dent in the middle of my the front of my truck, and then I had a shattered. It wasn't a big thing, like a splinter.
Yeah.
But I understand.
Are you saying that the dent in the car happened some other time?
No, it wasn't significant, ma'am. Like that's all I was saying. Like I didn't really know that I hit a person.
You're driving and something, you know, lands on your hood with enough force that it dents it. What did you think you hit?
I didn't know, ma'am. I really didn't know.
But you didn't care to stop and see. Because, you know, if you hit a dog in this state, you're lawfully required to stop and render aid to a dog.
I understand. It felt like I hit a big pothole, and when I pulled over for a second, looked in my rearview mirror, I didn't see anything. I reached over, I didn't see anything, and I just drove home. In all honesty.
So your release plan is halfway house. You don't have a sponsor.
No, ma'am.
And you want to get a job at Aldi's?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you provide us a letter saying that they intend to hire you?
I didn't write the letter saying she pretended to hire me, but I put that in my when I talked to Ms. Dunkley.
And she encouraged you to get a letter from your future employer. You weren't able to do that? It's Officer Dunkley, by the way.
Sorry.
That's all right. So, you know, I do appreciate that you apologized at sentencing. I'm sure that went some way towards helping the victim's family grapple with the loss of their loved one. But this is so egregious, sir. I just, I struggle with the nature of this crime. And then your efforts to cover it up are disturbing. They're not indicative of somebody who's a productive member of society and being an adult, you know, with children who look up to you. So, so to you, a productive member of society, you want to be employed, you want to support your family, and you want to take care of your mental health. Those are all positive. What else does a productive member of society look like?
Just a person that can contribute to his community, like no longer catch cases, do the right thing. Like, and I plan on doing that. I want to pay my victim's family the restitution that I asked the judge to honor. I really want to do that because this has been the worst thing I ever had to deal with. Like, this is something that's really traumatizing for me, and I'm happy that I got the chance to not self-medicate and really deal with it, and it's helping, but I have a long way to go. Well,
I appreciate the trauma that you might be experiencing as a result of taking another human being's life and failing to render aid. That makes sense, but let's not forget that you're not the victim here.
I understand. I understand, man.
Okay, all right. So, what I would say, productive member society, you need to start giving back. You need to be out there volunteering, giving of your labor and your time to your community, because, you've done a lot of damage in your past that needs to be rectified. You need to start paying up towards the good column. You can, you can register to vote. You can get a library card. There are lots of ways to participate in your community, and I hope you will find them when you're back with us. So, I encourage you not to drive until you've settled matters with the Department of Motor Vehicles, because this is tremendously concerning. Whose car was it?
My kid's mom.
What's been the outcome of the civil suit the daughter of the victim filed against you?
I think they got paid already, $25,000.
From your insurance company?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what, when you're taking voices, one of the things to keep in mind is that $25,000 is being paid by all of us in society who abide by the rules, register our vehicles, and pay insurance. We're all paying that $25,000.
I've learned that.
Okay, good. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my colleague has covered a lot of ground in this particular situation. I don't really have a whole lot of other questions at this point, Mr. Nealey. Just to reiterate that this is a very serious offense. That the true victim here is the victim who is no longer with us in this particular situation. And I don't have any additional. I don't have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Nealey, I just have to let you know, the fact that you're saying that you thought you hit a pothole, I cannot imagine an adult person being hit by a car and you think you went over a pothole. And what I struggle with is whether you're being honest or whether you thought you were scared, because I just cannot see someone hitting an adult person and then thinking they went over a pothole.
And if I would not sit here in front of the board and tell you a lie for my better good.
But one thing I do agree with, Mr. Nealey, you better figure out how you are going to give back to the community. I agree with Ms. Turner. That's the only way that you're ever gonna at least make an attempt to come to terms with this crime that was committed.
I agree.
Can I ask him one more question?
Sir.
Talk to me about the residential search in March of 2022, where they found all the drugs in your house.
No, that wasn't my house, man. I was at my a friend's house, and after I found out, when I went to talk to the officer about the case, and he showed me the video, I started taking ecstasy pills.
Oh.
So I wouldn't go to sleep.
Wave your hand, Mr. Nealey.
Wave your hands. Both of them.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
And the MDMA?
Yeah, that was ecstasy.
Okay.
That's what I was self-medicating with before I came in. I was running from facing my reality.
But you were doing mental health programming at the same time, right?
No, I went to CJR after the fact.
I hope you'll continue with that.
I will, ma'am. I need it.
All right, we have no further questions. We're going to just deliberate on the record.
So, this is a very concerning case. We're dealing with somebody's life being taken from them. as a pedestrian out in the community. Mr. Nealey has a concerning history and made some very poor choices after the incident in which the car he was driving on a suspended license struck and killed an individual. So he scores out high on both instruments for his risk to reoffend. He was on probation at the time. He's been unsuccessful 10 out of the 12 opportunities been afforded at community release. So I do not have Mr. Nealey going out to discretionary parole.
Neither do I, Turner. I think I probably would have felt a little better had Mr. Nealey, I think, be a little bit more honest about saying, you know, that he thought he hit a pothole and then went ahead and was fixing all the damages on his car. And his history certainly did not help.
You know, and I don't know why you would pull over and look in your rearview mirror if you thought you hit a pothole.
Yeah.
You know, something else was going on.
Exactly. But how can you compare a pothole with hitting an adult? It's anyway. I have Mr. Nealey denied, and I had him for I had nature and current offense, and
I have criminal history, nature and circumstance, poor performance on community release, and poor institutional adjustment. He would have gotten into those programs so much faster.
had he not,
Right.
yeah.
You know,
So it's 5. Yeah.
4. We don't need offense on probation if
Nature.
we're doing poor performance on community
poor
release.
Okay, so in the case of Orlando Nealey, inmate number 279731, there is a motion to deny request for discretionary parole for these reasons: nature and circumstances of the current offense, criminal history, poor performance on community release, and poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. I'm sorry, Mr. Nealey, we were not able to help you today.
It's
So
all right.
good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Orlando Nealey, inmate number 279731.
Quick break.
Obviously, I like I was off to bring your hand. Oh, that's not good. Yeah.
Sorry, what's your name?
Topar Leonard.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, Panama Rodriguez.
Nancy Carter.
Good
Please
morning.
state your name and inmate number for the record.
Leonard Topar, 302827.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Leonard Topar, inmate number 302827. He is serving a sentence of 7 years suspended after 4 years, followed by 3 years probation for possession of intent to sell, dispense narcotic, and sale of narcotic substance. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of January 13th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed voices on September 10th, 2024 during his incarceration. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Topar, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I would like to possibly go because I learned a lot about myself since I've been here. I know my addiction is a problem, and that's why I have a lot of issues in life. And I'm just ready to do the right thing. I see a lot of my good friends that I have left, how they own houses, have children and married and everything. And I would like that in my life. I'm getting too old for this. I have a job waiting for me when I get out. My boss has been holding it this whole time I've been incarcerated, and I'm just ready to get out and do the right thing. I'm gonna try to go to a sober house if I make parole, like I have everything planned out perfect this time.
Okay, so Mr. Topar, appreciate your opening comments. We're each going to take turns to ask you questions, and then when we're finished, we will give you our decision.
Yes,
I'm going
ma'am.
to ask Mr. Rodriguez to begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Topar. I really would have liked to have heard a little bit more about what you've really experienced and what you learned and what you're going to take out with you. Part of what we have to do is to figure out whether or not it makes sense to even release you today to see if you're suitable or not. And your charges, although they're drug possession, they're serious because someone overdosed in this particular situation. And we take that very, very seriously because people are dying out in the streets, right?
I see it every day on the news.
Yeah. And not that, you don't even know, you may have contributed to it. at some point.
I have
Because you
thought
don't know
about that.
what you sell. Yeah.
That's true. You're right.
And your history reflects, you know, someone who continually is involved in this particular endeavor of, you know, this work. I mean, so I'm challenged by, I haven't really heard from you, like what you've really got that would, you know, at least tell us that it makes sense to even consider with these seniors today. Do you want to elaborate a little bit more or share a little bit more?
Yeah, if that's fine, I will.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I have a great support system out there this time, which I never really had with my family and my friends. And like I said, I'm going to a sober house that I have a friend that's there and he's been clean for almost 6 years. And he does the meetings. He's going to be taking me to meetings and all that kind of stuff that I need to do to stay on the right path.
Well, you know, the concern, again, in this situation, that you've had other opportunities to kind of get clean up, and there's been an extensive history of relapse with you.
That's true. There has been.
What seems to happen? Because those are the areas that you're going to start to need to look at in order to be able to begin to avoid, you know, having to be involved in these kind of situations. So what is it that's creating those moments where you can't seem to keep it together once you cleaned up?
It was just difficult before. I was living on my own. I didn't have a good support system and everything, and I'd always resort back to doing drugs. And this time, I'm too old for it, honestly. Like, this is it. This is my last chance right here. In my eyes, like, if I don't get this right this time, that's it. It's over for me, pretty much. Like, I have to do it no matter what. I need to do it. I need to show my family and the few friends that I have left that I could be a productive citizen out there.
You took some programming, but you refused Tier 4.
Yes.
Why did you refuse Tier 4?
Because at the time I was supposedly being extradited to Florida, and they said it wasn't smart to start the program if I was going to leave because I would have to restart the program. And then when it elapsed and I didn't have to go back to Florida, I wrote and I just never heard nothing back yet. They said that I refused it and that was my one chance.
I don't know if that's the case. I mean, I would think with somebody with your history of relapse and the challenges that you face, that would be a program that you would absolutely want to take. At least to kind of, you know, it's a longer program, more in depth. You know, you would get to a lot more in that. And you haven't taken it. And so, you know, my dilemma here in my thinking is, do I want to release somebody who hasn't really taken the kind of programming that could impact the very issues that put him in the situation to begin with?
I understand.
So, Mr. Rodriguez, if I might interrupt, I'm looking at interactions from April of 2024. The counselor supervisor put in the comment that he was screened for Tier 4, accepted the program on 4/16. On 4/24, his BEB move was submitted and he refused to move to the program. They met with him to discuss his decision and he was unwilling to move and change his mind. So he signed the refusal forms. So it really had nothing to do with Florida.
So yeah, so that's a whole different story than Florida.
No, I thought I was being extradited still. So that's the whole reason I signed the refusal. I didn't want to start the program and then leave halfway through to go down to Florida for my violation of probation.
Mr. Topar, that's not the truth. So,
Yeah,
you know,
that's not what we have. So, but that, you know, but you can hear my concern in this, right?
Yes, sir, 100%.
And it doesn't put me in a real positive space for you right now at this moment. So, and I understand you've gotten some support letters. I know you got a letter from your previous employer who, you know, would like to rehire you at some point, and hopefully he'll keep that in mind, whatever happens today, because he seemed to really, you know, acknowledge that you were a good worker and stuff. But I know in some of the other places that you worked, you mentioned that your substance abuse was an issue for those particular places. So, I mean, that particular issue really resonates in my thinking around the side today. because I think that's the area that you really absolutely need to focus in on for yourself, because it's been what's been your, Achilles heel.
It has been.
I don't really have a whole lot of questions, because that's an area that's was the most significant for me. And the fact that, I would have liked to have heard a little bit more about your feelings about what you were doing in the community and what you were doing to the community with all of your efforts, not only here, but in Florida. I mean, you weren't just, you weren't a multi-state drug dealer. It was, was really selling a lot of poison to people and putting a lot of people's lives in danger. And you were just probably lucky, because that even though this person OD'd, I believe they brought him back.
Yes, sir.
You could have been charged with something even more serious.
Yes, I know.
So this addiction thing for you really needs to take priority. And I think that while you're there, I think you need to figure out how you really get, dealt with the programming that you need to be able to deal with this. Okay, listen, thank you for talking to me this morning, and my questions are done, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So, Mr. Topar, I agree with my colleague. It was very concerning when I read that you refused Tier 4 in April 24th. But also, when you knew you were coming back to serve time, you were doing drugs every day, and you said you used daily when you found out that you were going to be incarcerated. So that's not looking good for you. And then you had an intox ticket in December for Suboxone. So, Mr. Topar, if I were you, whatever time that you have left there, you should go back and try to figure out how you can get back in Tier 4, because I think that's really what's going to help save you. You have a serious drug problem with heroin and Xanax and, all the different pills that you take. And so it would behoove you, if you're really serious about wanting to be clean and sober, to let it start from incarceration.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Okay, so good luck.
I have no question, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Okay. So we have no more questions. We're going to delete.
Madam Chair, I think you can try my comments. I think I am not in line with discretionary parole today. I'm a denial for today. I think he needs to really take some very serious programming while he's still there. He's on probation from Florida when these offenses occurred. He almost had a death in this situation. He's just lucky that it didn't happen. And all of his issues seem to stem around his addiction, which he firmly admits. He's had trouble with his relapse, such as extensive history of relapsing. And I think he still needs to kind of maybe go back and try to get this Tier 4 and get some additional programs. So I am not there today, Mr. Topar. I wish him a lot of luck, though, and I know he's got some support in the community when he does come out, which is a very positive thing for him, but I will not be supporting his description.
Okay, Ms. Turner.
I concur. It's amazing that with a drug score of 4 and having an intox ticket in December, that he could be offered Tier 4 in April is so rare.
Exactly.
And it is the premier program of DOC, and with someone with an entrenched addiction problem, as Mr. Topar had, that he chose not to engage is a real disservice to himself. He could have been coming before us with 6 months of Tier 4 under his belt.
Exactly.
And had lots of insight to share about his addiction and his choice to poison his community in Connecticut and Florida, and really positioned himself well. And he, for whatever reason, didn't want to live in the dorm and do the Tier 4 program. So this is a natural consequence. It's a deny for me.
Right. So For me, because he didn't do the tier 4, I have inadequate institution program and evidence of offender change and poor performance on probation and nature.
That's 3. I have.
Offense committed on Florida probation.
Yeah. So in the case of Leonard Topar, inmate number 302827, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole for these reasons: nature and circumstances of the current offense, poor performance while on Florida probation, and inadequate institution program participation and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Mr. Topar, we wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Leonard Topar, inmate number 302827.
Thank you for pointing out that.
Give us, no, you're all set, Mr. Topar.
Oh, okay. I see the light goes up. Just raise your hand. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, and
Good morning. Can I please have your name, sir?
Good morning. My name is Angel Ruiz.
All right, 1 second. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024. 2024. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, Panama Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Angel Ruiz. My number is 312814.
He is serving a sentence of 10 years, suspended after 4 years, followed by 3 years probation for larceny first, larceny second, 2 counts of burglary third, and larceny third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 13th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender is currently participating in Tier 4 with an estimated completion date of October 25th, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Ruiz, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes. First, I would like to start off by thanking the parole panel for the opportunity to be considered for parole. Due to the step I have taken for change and rehabilitation, I feel that I am a good candidate for parole. During this incarceration, I have utilized this time to address and treat my addiction and criminal thinking patterns. Being in the Tier 4 time program that I will be completing today, I have learning about accountability and integrity and how to treat my addiction. Being in recovery, I can now look back and reflect on my behaviors and the crime that I commit with sincere remorse. I accept responsibility and I will make amends by paying the restitution that I owe. For a successful transition, I have a strong support group and relapse prevention plan. I will be living at my mother's house in a healthy and safe neighborhood. And I have a place of employment waiting for me to work upon my release with my brother at FNG Seamless Gutters. To maintain my recovery, I have a network through CCAR so I can be connected with a recovery coach along with attending NA meetings weekly and getting a sponsor. Now that I have sobriety and gaining the tools to know how to be a positive and productive member of society, I will make the most of the opportunity to be the best version of myself. As a father to my 16-year-old son and an honest working law-abiding citizen in the community. I thank you again for your time and consideration.
Mr. Ruiz, I am so glad to hear that you sat down and wrote that out. And not only did you write it out, you talked about your relapse prevention plan.
Yeah.
Now, did you do all that by yourself?
Well, over here,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with the help of the time Tier 4 program, I learned how to like I learned tools to control my addiction, like not relapse like I used to relapse, because at the beginning I didn't know how to deal with that. Now I got those tools to help me. Like now I know the NA program is available for me. They can help me, to stay sober. Because that was my main problem. That I didn't know how to deal with things that happening in the regular life, and I didn't know how to handle. So that made me like relapse. Now I know that there's some tools that I can use before.
But the reason why you didn't know it before is because, while you were in the community and you took the programs, you never completed them.
Yeah, okay, because
Right.
I never had like the time to clean. Now I'm down for 33 months, and now I'm stronger. I never take. Now I didn't even take no pill for headache, nothing. I didn't went into the methadone because I don't want to depend on nothing. I want to be clean.
Yeah. So you have a very high drug score because, Percocets and heroin and cocaine and alcohol are all serious drugs,
Mm-hmm.
So, and I know for your relapse prevention, you said that you're going to connect with CCAR to get a recovery coach.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to attend AA meetings and get a sponsor. And, you want to learn to be a good father.
Mm-hmm.
But one
Which
thing
I am, the only reason that is when I do the drugs.
So you're not there yet, you know?
Well,
You have to stay clean and sober without the drugs.
yeah, I just gotta
Right.
maintain me like that, yeah.
Right. So, let me ask you now. So what happens if you get an urge or craving? What do you think you should do? If and
Well,
when that happens?
like the bless that I got right now, I gonna live with my mother. You know, she go to church every week. You know, and I always go with her too. And I'm not gonna be in Bridgeport. I'm gonna be in Ansonia now with her, which the neighbor is good.
So
And
when you
I got-
talk about getting a recovery coach and going to meetings and getting a sponsor,
Yeah.
so CCAR is going to help you in how to live a sober life
Yeah.
in a sober community.
Mm-hmm.
So your sponsor would be someone that you'd want to make sure you have, so that when you get those urges and cravings, you can reach out.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe he'll say, let's go to a meeting or,
Mm-hmm.
you know, do something positive.
Yeah.
So that is something that, you know, you may want to, you know, spend a little time thinking
Yeah.
about.
Definitely.
And the recovery coach is someone that I know will help you in how to live sober.
Yeah, and that's something
Now-
that I learned here going to the NA meeting. They bring people from the outside and they give the testimony that's how they stay sober, you know, by reaching other people that they being clean. Yeah, so definitely I would do that.
Now, what about a job?
The job, well, I do gutters, installing gutters. I used to do that with my brother by somebody else, but now my brother owns the company. He's just waiting for me. Like, if I get relieved, the next day I start working with him.
And you're going to do what? Fix cars?
No, gutters.
Gutters. Oh, I'm sorry.
Gutters. Gutters.
Okay. So if you have to go up those ladders to fix gutters, you know you have to be sober.
Yeah, of course, of course. Once I get clean, I never put a cigarette in my mouth. I'm not that person that I go out and start. I'm not like that. I like to stay clean, you know. And hopefully with the tools that I gained now, I'm gonna stay positive and sober.
So is your brother going to pay you on the books so that you can be a tax abiding citizen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, in terms of these larcenies and burglaries that you've been committing, what are your thoughts about that? What do you
Well,
think about the places you've been burglarizing?
I'm not proud of what I did, you know. I'm very remorse over what I did to on that, and I'm just, you know, hopefully that
You know, the places that you burglarize, you know, I mean, that was a lot of damage that you did in terms of, you know,
Yeah.
the tools that you stole.
Mhm.
Do you have to pay any restitution?
yeah, I gotta pay $100,000,
$121,000.
which
Okay.
$13.55.
yeah.
Okay. So I hope that you know, the fact that you have to pay that
Mm-hmm.
will help you to make sure that, you know, you stay sober. You don't
Of
want to
course.
come back to jail.
Yeah. I see it that way, you know. I do it. I gotta own it, which I don't mind, you know, pay everything and.
Okay. You know, I noticed there was an elapsed time in your crimes, but I noticed in 2004 when you were in Puerto Rico, you know, you had weapon charges because that was a serious charge, and obviously you served time, and then you came back to the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
And then you seem to have gone down since 2013 to, you know, your current charges. So, yeah. So hopefully you'll get your addiction under control and you will make sure you pay restitution and give back to your community.
Yeah.
Okay? All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank to you.
So, Mr. Ruiz, you're doing a good job. You know, it's been a while since you've had a DR. You've only had one. Unfortunately, it was violent, but it's been a year and a half. And you took tier 4. You're almost done with it, and that was really necessary for the problems that you're battling.
Mm-hmm.
Glad you understand what's behind your addiction. And you know, you're 40 years old, you're a father, it's time you know, step up to the plate and handle life.
Yeah.
And, you know, life can be hard.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to have some resiliency. Do you know the concept of resiliency?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You got to be able to withstand the bad times and sustain yourself with some of the good and memories and all of that. You know, I'm glad you want to be a productive member of society because you've been so destructive in your behavior out in the community. I'm glad you're remorseful for what you did to the victims, but these are hardworking people, you know, trying to run businesses and earn a decent living and support their families. And you and your co-defendant, you know, were incredibly destructive in taking, you know, the supplies, not just the tools, the shingles and everything, burglarizing the house under construction. I mean, you know, you caused great hardship to these people, and they were just trying to earn a living, and your total disregard for the harm that you were causing because you continued to steal from businesses and commit burglaries. It's just very disturbing, sir. You really do need to turn it around. You're very fortunate that you have a sponsor to go to, that your brother owns a company. But here's my concern. What I heard from you today is, you know, you're going to go to your mom's, and day one, you're going to go work for your brother.
Mm-hmm.
I want your day one to be you go to a meeting.
Oh, of course.
You know, if you don't prioritize your recovery, Mr. Ruiz,
Yeah.
you're going to be right back here.
Yeah, I know.
You know, and we know that the environment for especially the roofing and the tree cutting business can be really challenging. And, you know, in terms of staying away from substances, you know, that's a hard one for you to pick. And if you don't prioritize your recovery and working it every day, making the choice every day to live clean and sober, sometimes every hour of every day, you know, you're gonna repeat this cycle, and it really would be a tragedy and a waste, because you've been away from your son, who's at a very young, impressionable age for a long time now.
Yeah,
And you don't have much of a leg to stand on to tell him how to live his life.
yeah,
Right.
I agree.
So, before you hit the door, think about your priorities, and you
Mhm.
need to reorder them, because your recovery should be number one, and you should have learned that in tier 4.
Yeah, and can I say something?
Go right ahead.
Also, my brother, he was in addiction before, right? He been sober like for 8-9 years.
Okay.
And one of the things that he told me that he's doing the NA steps.
Oh,
The 12 steps.
But yeah, for one of the contract they give him jobs, he came here on a NA meeting, and I found out that he's gonna work with
speaker?
him, and the speaker, and he's doing the NA step in his house, which is wonderful. That I can keep doing that with him too.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Does your mom know the extent of your heroin addiction?
Yeah,
Your mom knows.
yes,
You've talked to her about it.
I actually
Okay.
tell her that she can search YouTube to watch videos to how to work with that addiction. Like, now that she's gonna have me in the house, like, I need her to learn like what are the like
Triggers?
yeah, so I can have that help from her
Uh-huh.
from
Okay.
her too. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was just gonna
And
say, you don't,
I'm planning to taking her to the meetings too, so she can.
well, they have an Al-Anon for support,
Knocking on.
for
Yeah,
supportive people who are living
yeah,
in
yeah.
in
I'm
recovery. But
Yeah, I'm planning.
don't disrespect your mother by bringing drugs into her house,
No.
and don't jeopardize your brother's recovery
That's right.
with your own drug use. So you really need to have a handle on it. And yes, the 12 steps are the foundation of NA and AA. It's not just about attending meetings, but it's about actually working the steps. And I hope you learn that in tier 4 as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I think Mr. Ruiz has heard a lot. this
Okay.
afternoon. I would only reemphasize that, please make sure you stay focused on your recovery.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Ruiz has been, I think, doing pretty good. I think the fact that, he's in tier 4 and he's talking about what he's learned, how he's going to apply it. And the concern, as you said, Ms. Turner, is prioritizing his recovery and making sure it's the first thing that he addresses when he goes in the community, and maybe delay the job for a couple of weeks until he has gotten that recovery coach, figure out where he's going for a meetings, get a sponsor, start doing the 12-step, all of the things that he got out of tier 4. He is lucky to have a sponsor that he's going to, and a job with his brother that I'm sure his brother would agree that he'll need a couple of weeks to go out. So having said all of that, I'm in favor of granting Mr. Ruiz discretionary parole today.
I am as well, Madam Chair.
Okay, and
I
the
am as well.
only thing that I'm looking at is he finishes the tier
This week.
4 this week, so I'm wondering whether I should add one more date and just do 10/25 or go to the end.
No, they're gonna have to do a home visit for his sponsor anyway, so he's not gonna go out before Friday.
Yeah.
Okay, so just do today's date, which is what? Okay, and then I have no alcohol and no co-defendant.
I didn't have alcohol as a problem. I don't object to that. But I have co-defendant Tony Fernandez.
Yeah. Is alcohol a problem for you too, Mr. Ruiz?
No, no.
It's not.
But if you're living in recovery, it is.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I do go to the AA meetings too, and I like it. I like it too, so.
Okay, good. All right, so I'm gonna. So in the case of Angel Ruiz, inmate number 312814, there's a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after October 21st, 2024, with the following conditions. No contact with co-defendant Tony Fernandez and no consumption of alcohol. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Ruiz, we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
And we hope not to see you back here.
Thank you.
Okay. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Angel Ruiz, inmate number 312814.
We have a great one.
Mr. Chopar could have gotten a lesson.
I got
Good morning.
Good morning. Can I have your name, please?
Matthew Aylward.
All right, 1 second, please.
Could you please take out a statement if you've written one and have it ready to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, Panelman Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Matthew Aylward, 339646.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Matthew Aylward, inmate number 339646. He is serving a sentence of 10 years suspended after 5 years jail, followed by 5 years probation for possession of intent to sell or dispense, criminal possession of a pistol and revolver, failure to appear first, violation of probation, possession of controlled substance, evading responsibility, criminal possession of a firearm, and burglary third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 11, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed voices on November 28, 2023, and Tier 4 on August 14, 2024 during his incarceration. He is currently participating in the Recovery Coach Program with an initial and estimated completion date of October 8, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Aylward, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right, I wrote this statement. I would like to start by saying I'm grateful for the chance to be heard today. I'm here to advocate for myself. I'm aware of the poor choices I have made to get myself here. My addiction is a big part of why I am here, as well as bad choices I've made. I've made a lot of bad choices, which affected a lot of people, which I regret and I'm ashamed of. I thought I could make it through life cutting corners, breaking laws, and because of this, I lost everything. I had to lose everything to realize I needed to find a new way. I had to start rebuilding myself, which I have made a lot of progress. I stopped counting days and started making the days count. I've completed programs. I've been doing the right thing consistently, which gave me discipline. I'm determined, focused, and confident today. I've dealt with things that I didn't think I could handle instead of avoiding them, which has helped me grow. I have accomplishments that I am proud of. I lacked self-esteem, which was part of my addiction and my behavior. I've been working on myself spiritually, emotionally, and physically, and I want to be a better person. I want to do the right thing. I want to be a responsible, reliable part of society. I was told that failing to prepare is preparing to fail. So I have a plan which I will continue to follow by attending church, NA, AA. I will have a sponsor. I will locate a home group. And I will do step work as well as network with like-minded people that will help and encourage me. I'm currently training with CCAR, Recovery Coach Academy. I do have a job lined up at D&D siding and remodeling, and we'll also be getting on the Vivitrol shot as a precautionary measure. I feel I'm prepared. I am ready and prepared to be reintegrated back into society. Thank you for hearing me today.
Okay, Mr. Aylward. So I just wanted to, just for the record, said you were heard at a previous parole hearing back in September 26, 2023. And you were denied because you didn't complete any programs and you had a DR for an assault. So we gave you a rehear date of September 2024 and asked you to complete a tier program and no DR and develop a structured release plan. However, as you know, back in April 2022, when you committed that burglary charge, you were never sentenced for it until April 23rd, 2024 of this year.
Yes.
You know that, right? And you were sentenced to 1 year jail consecutive to the current sentence that you're charging. Yes. Therefore, that makes you not eligible for a rehear, but we must now do a new discretionary parole hearing today.
Okay, yes, I understand that.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure you know that.
Okay, yeah.
So Ms. Turner is going to begin with the questions.
Good morning, Mr. Aylward. Thank you for that opening statement. I appreciate that you went to the trouble of writing down your thoughts and sharing with us what your plan is. And it sounds like a really solid plan for relapse prevention. Have you started any step work yet?
I actually have. I started. I have. There's a WSR, writing steps to recovery, with they give you a temporary sponsor, and yes, I started. I'm on step one.
Well, that's where we all begin, right?
Yes.
So what happens when you get to step 12?
What I've been told is that you keep recycling the steps.
Yeah, there's no graduation.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, because you're making a commitment to your recovery every day, and you change and evolve as a human being. So each time you go through the steps, you can get new things out of them.
Yes,
So,
I understand that.
Yeah, okay. Do you believe the once an addict, always an addict?
Yes, I do, and I know I have to keep that in the forefront of my, like, I have to work on that every day. It's
Called a priority.
yes, that anything I put before my addiction, I'm gonna lose. I know that from experience.
All
I
right.
tried.
The only thing I would say to you, Mr. Aylward, about your plan is, have you thought of doing 90 and 90?
Oh yes. I don't have a home. Once I get out, I'm gonna get a home group. I'm gonna do. I did that in when I was in tier 4, actually.
Okay.
I did 90 and 90.
All right. Well, the reason that I'm suggesting it is because there are different kinds of meetings. There's speaker meetings, there's step meetings, there's all male meetings, so I encourage you to get around to all different kinds of meetings as you're trying to find your home group, and experience them in their different compositions and see what, really works best for you, not just based on its location or its time, but its focus as well. I'm glad you know that it's more than sitting, listening to people share their stories and drinking bad coffee. It's really working on yourself, right?
Yes, I understand.
Yeah. So tell me, from tier 4, what did you learn is behind your addiction?
There's a lot of factors. I have bad self-esteem, and the drugs was more of an escape. Like I have bad. I'm sorry, I get nervous when
You're doing fine. You're doing fine. A few deep breaths.
I'm sorry. It was just an escape, really. Like I've never felt adequate or comfortable in my own body, really. Like I always felt like I was missing something, and I tried to fill that void with drugs and criminal behavior, and it was instant gratification.
I'm not so sure it was filling the void as much as it was distracting you from doing the work on yourself to build your self-esteem,
yes.
and to feel your feelings, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm very aware of that today.
So avoidance doesn't really work as a way to live one's life, right?
No, it just prolongs the inevitable. Really, I have to deal with it, and I've been doing as much work on myself spiritually, emotionally. I feel.
And I heard you say that in the beginning, and I wrote it down because what you left out was intellectually. You're working on your GED.
Yes, I actually I'm taking the.
There you go.
I'm taking that test tomorrow for my GED.
Which one? Which of the 4?
RLA. I just took the
Reading
pretest.
and language.
Yeah, I took the pretest and I passed it. So
Okay.
tomorrow I'm gonna be taking the
Actual.
test. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, we wish you much success with that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there are 3 more after this?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Have you asked them when you get back out in the community, how do you finish your GED?
Yes, my teacher has information for that. She's gonna provide me with.
Okay. It's most cities in our state have adult ed programs.
Yes, I know, I'm aware of that,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. All right. And you have You have children, and I know that they're pretty grown, but, you know, if you're talking about your self-esteem, it would be a really big boost to earn your GED. It's not easy to do. And,
I know.
you know, it would be a foundation on which you could build the rest of your life. So it would be something to feel good about. So don't get discouraged, and, you know, work with tutors and keep at it and get all 4 tests done so you can
I'm
put
gonna
that
do
in the
that.
win column.
I'm planning on doing that no matter if I don't finish before I get out, I'm going to get it.
So why do you want to be a recovery coach?
I think it would keep me. Well, first of all, I want to give back. Like, I want to help people. I like to help people and encourage people. And I think at the same time, it will be helping me grow as well. Like, that's the best answer I can give you.
Well, you started to say it's going to keep me, and then you moved into giving back and stuff. What's it going to keep you? If I can suggest, it's going to keep you focused on your own recovery.
It's going to keep me grounded. Yes, that's what I was going to. I'm sorry.
Excellent. No, that's all right. I'm just listening carefully, and I want to make sure you get all your thoughts and ideas out as we're talking. So, so I do have some concern about the guns. So talk to me about your willingness to have firearms.
Excuse me, it was cutting out.
Talk to me about your willingness to possess firearms when you're not legally allowed to do so.
Well, you mean in the future, or?
No,
I know.
the convictions you're serving for.
Yeah, I know it was wrong to have. I know there's the right way to go about things. I know I wasn't supposed to have them because I'm felon. I didn't really have the need for it. It was. It was a really stupid decision on my part. I just had it, and it was like. I know I shouldn't have. I really regret that.
Where did you come across the rifle?
It was given to me.
Somebody trade it for drugs?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So you have 5 years on the state's deadly weapon offender registry now as you go out to the community. And you need to honor that obligation with the state police because it could put you back in prison if you fail to do so. But you do understand that for the rest of your life, you're prohibited from possessing firearms and ammunition.
I'm aware of that. Yes.
Okay. All right. So, you know, when we start seeing guns in people's convictions and their criminal history, sets off a lot of alarm bells because what we're doing today is making a decision about you finishing the 5 years you have to serve out in the community, and we have to make that decision with all consideration to public safety. So you were on probation and unlawfully in possession of a firearm.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. All right. Well, we have to talk about it because this is incredibly serious. What were you going to do with the rifle? Were you going to pass it on?
I don't even know. I didn't have a plan for it. I just had it. It was.
Yeah, but you had it in your truck. Why?
Well, my situation, I didn't have a place that I was living, like a stable place that I was living. And it was in my truck because I didn't have anywhere to put it. It was. I know it was a stupid decision to have it in the car, and I know I would never do I would never use it. It was just there, and I didn't have nowhere else to put it. I should have just got rid of it.
Yeah, but what would you have done to get rid of it? hand it off to somebody?
I'm not, I wouldn't,
Wait for a gun buyback event?
I
You know,
was,
it needs to be out of circulation.
I
Do
understand.
you know what that means? It doesn't need to be passing from hand to hand in the community,
Yes,
right?
I understand.
So, okay. All right, well, the trash bag scenario for your latest DR, anything you want to say about that?
I'm not sure if you know, that's how we cook in here. We,
Okay, but you do know that we know that's how you make pruno too.
okay. Well,
Yeah, yeah. I don't know
in
how
my
you,
defense,
I don't know how you cook in a trash bag because it's gonna melt over any source of heat and your food will be contaminated. So that sort of makes no sense. You can understand why we're going, you know, this is a pruno thing, not a,
No, it wasn't a formal thing. That's how we cook. A lot of people have bags, and the CO that day was, I'm aware, like, I shouldn't have had the bags. It was like 3 or 4 bags, we used 1 bag to cook, and you know, the guys that work, they give the bags to people to cook with, and it wasn't for pruno. Like, I was in tier 4, like, you can't do anything like that in there, like,
yeah, but you know, when you walk in that place, they give you the handbook.
excuse me?
They give you the inmate handbook.
I understand,
Okay,
I shouldn't have had the bags.
we saw you today. You know how to read and write English, so you knew what the rules were. Okay, and the thing that bothers me about that, Mr. Aylward, besides the fact that the cooking in a bag, like, just doesn't make any sense to me, but you knew you had a hearing coming up. You know, you knew you had time on the line, riding on your behavior.
I did, I'm aware of that, and I made a bad decision, and
Well, and you started off the hearing talking about your poor choices. And we're
yes,
supposed to believe in your change. And, you know, this was August that you were cooking in a trash bag. What, do you leave the food out in the heat, or do you put it in a sink with hot water? I don't get it, but anyway.
it's just, we have little bowls, and if you cook for more than one person, you can't really fit it in the bowl. Like, I'm not making excuses. I had the bags I shouldn't have, and
Exactly. Well, and that's why you got the DR.
yes.
All right. So you're going to your father's in Bristol.
Yes,
Did that get confirmed? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. And your dad needs you home. He's going to have some surgery.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. You know, I think what's probably most important, Mr. Aylward, and we've really gone on way too long, is that you understand why you are abusing substances and you
Yes.
want better for yourself. Like, you can fix your self-esteem by, you know, the way you live your life and your priorities, and living in recovery is the path to success. So I wish you all the best. Thanks for talking with me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Mr. Aylward, I agree. I think you sound good today. You sound like you're doing well. You sound like you're working the program very well. I share the same concerns of firearm charges, which we're always very concerned about. And the ticket that you got. Those are my basic 2 concerns. I mean, yeah. And I don't understand how you cook in those bags either. Idea how that
I'm sure
happens.
it's not good for you, but
Not like those you find in the Costco bags. Anyway, but I think, you seem to be doing well. You seem to have a relapse plan pulled together. I hope that you really, stay focused on, I agree also, to stay focused on your recovery. Right now, you're like the most important thing at this point. and making sure you get that right this time. So you don't have to come back, so you don't come back anymore. All right, the best of luck. I don't have any questions. My colleague asked quite a few questions. Good luck.
Thank you.
I'm all set.
Okay.
This turn.
So, you know, Mr. Aylward does present us with some challenges. This is an individual who has a criminal history that is 20 years old. He scores very high for his risk to reoffend. He is now serving for gun charges that he didn't have in his history. And has the highest possible DOC drug score. So those are all the, you know, circumstances that give us pause. On the plus side, he has done some hard work on himself, completed the Tier 4 program, Fatherhood, Voices. He's in school. He wants his GED. And he has probably one of the best relapse prevention plans I've heard in a while. You know, it's multifaceted, and it's both NA and CCAR. So he's created for himself a very strong safety net, not to mention, you know, the supportive family that he has out in the community, which he's most fortunate for. This would amount to about 2 years of discretionary parole supervision before he begins 5 years of probation. So he's going to have a lot of people in his business. But I think given the newness of his recovery and the gun crimes for which he's going to be on the registry, the higher level of parole supervision as he transitions out into the community and really gets a handle on his recovery, pursues educational goals, I think he has the potential for great success. So I am willing to grant Mr. Aylward at this time.
I agree. You know, Mr. Aylward, this is your time because you served quite a bit of your adult life incarcerated.
Yes.
And so I hope for your sake that this time the hard work that you put in will pay off.
I hope so too.
I'm in favor. Ms. Turner.
As I'm in favor as well, from many of the same reasons. He's put some work into what he's doing. He seemed to have a really great release plan, which we don't hear very often. So yeah, I'm also on board with this.
I would want to say to Mr. Aylward that his parole officer is a resource and a support and somebody who wants him to be successful out in the community. So I hope he'll go out with a positive mindset of working with his parole officer, talking to this person as he, you know, finds his way out in the world. If he has stress or worries, talk to your parole officer. They can help you. They want you to be successful, and that's what they're there to help you do. You're not on your own, and they're not just a measure of accountability, but they are part of your support system.
Right. So I have today's date as a friend. What do you have for?
So I have no co-defendant Gary Madore. No driving.
Excuse me?
No driving. You got an evading charge in 2020. What's the status of your marriage?
We are still married. Today is actually our anniversary, which we haven't been. I feel like we might have had a codependent relationship.
And a co-defendant. And a co-defendant.
Codependent.
Yeah, she got arrested with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to say that without your parole officer's permission, you're not to have contact with her. You got to get this straightened out with your parole officer.
No, I don't have a case with her.
She was in the motor vehicle that was filled with drugs.
Oh, okay, yes,
And
you're right.
she's serving a possession with intent to sell.
Yes,
So-
okay,
She is a co-defendant, sir.
okay. We don't really talk anymore anyway,
Okay, well, then it won't be an issue.
because we.
Jolene Aylward.
Yes.
So just driving Jolene and Gary.
In the case of Matthew Aylward, inmate number 339646, there is a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after October 21st, 2024, with the following conditions: no contact with your co-defendant, Gary Mador, no driving without parole officer's permission, and no contact with Jolene Aylward without your parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We wish you the very best of luck, Mr. Aylward.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Have a good day.
You
Yeah.
too.
This concludes the hearing for
Yeah,
Matthew
please.
Aylward, inmate number 339646. So your name is Spearman, correct?
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna start in 2 seconds.
No rush.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Qanell Spearman, inmate number 341857.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Qanell Spearman, inmate number 341857. He is serving a sentence of 20 years flat for murder, first with a firearm. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of February 18, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. Manslaughter. I apologize. He is serving a sentence of 20 years flat for manslaughter with a firearm.
Yes.
As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of February 18th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender completed voices, anger management, beyond fair, alternative to violence, and the vet dog program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Spearman, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First off, I want to say thank you for allowing me the chance to come before you. I understand this is a privilege, not a right, and I thank you in advance. Well, mainly, it's multiple reasons why I feel I should be granted parole, but it's a long list, and I'm sure we don't have all day for that. The most important thing I want to point out is that I'm not that 19-year-old, I'm 36, and I had a lot to grow up. A lot of time to grow up, so to speak. At that age, I tend to reflect without thinking things through. The one thing I didn't have at the age of 19 was patience. That's something I feel I couldn't learn out there. Over the years in prison, it's been one big test. My whole 16 and a half years, I don't have one fighting ticket, and that should say a lot about who I've become. I learned that violence isn't the answer, and most of the time, a simple conversation can resolve most issues. I successfully completed the American Vet Dog and gotten my apprenticeship for training service dogs. Working with puppies for that amount of time, taking a lot of patience. Puppies at that age don't know no better, and it was up to me to take the time, or more so have more patience with puppies to get them ready to work for our veterans. I successfully trained the first facility dog in U.S. history to be placed at the Pentagon. Sadly, the foundation doesn't give any inmates the acknowledgement with all the good we do and how successful that dog was. And that's the start of my contribution to society. But at the end of the day, I know the hard work I put in to get the dog Charlie to where he's at today. I have acquired multiple skills since I've been in here, and that one is the most proud thing I have did in my life. And that skill I can use for the rest of my life. With that one skill, my plans is, if given parole, is to take that time to volunteer again at different animal shelters and show off my skills for free, and hopes to turn it into many business ventures that I plan to start. All I need is an early second chance at life. And the other thing I want to address or bring up, when I was sentenced, at the time of sentencing, I didn't speak. And this time, I would like to take this time to apologize to the victim family. Although, while in, I have talked to the victim's father and written the mother a letter for my actions and being deeply sorry for the way I handled that situation. It should have been avoided. And I'm sorry for the way things turned out. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Spearman, for your opening comments. We are going to take turns to ask you questions. And then when we're done with questions, we will deliberate on the record and we will give you our decision.
All right.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Rodriguez to begin the question.
Madam Chair. Mr. Spearman, before I start though, there was one thing that came up with us related to your release plan. And yeah, you want to share?
So I'm not sure. So, Mr. Spearman, we had concerns because you've indicated that you do not want to go to the halfway house. You did give a second sponsor.
Yes.
But our understanding is she's fine with you living with her and her son, but she doesn't know how long she will be at that address. Are you aware of that?
All right. I still have another address too. I just acquired a couple of days ago. So if that's the issue, I still would get the address and everything and give it to the parole officer, because I was on the phone with my cousin and they have an apartment. They have their own a multi-family house and the second floor is vacant. And he said he's willing to draw up a lease for a year lease for $1, where I would have a house to live for a minimum of a year. So it wouldn't be no issues there.
Okay. All right. Then I'll just ask Mr. Rodriguez to continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Spearman. Thank you for your opening words and your opening comment. This was a very, very heinous offense that was committed right on the street in front of a lot of people, you know, witnessed to it all. I appreciate that you've apologized to the victim and that you've sent out letters, and I don't think it's going to take away from the loss that I'm sure they must be suffering at this point. Granted, you were a very young man at the time that this occurred. You've taken some significant programming that you didn't touch upon a lot of it in your opening statement, because I know you said you had like a lot that you wanted to read, but some of the things that I want to hear from you are what are those things that have really changed in you to give me the comfort of being able to say that I can, I can vote to release. Because I really, I didn't quite get that yet from your opening statement.
Mhm.
So could you share a little of that? You've taken quite a bit of programming besides the vet dog program, which you did really great work in, and I understand that can be a possible career for you at some point, and also your efforts in wanting to volunteer those skill sets to that. But what else? You've taken a variety of other programs, alternative violence.
Correct.
What were those things that you got from that make you a different person?
Now, and that's anger management. The one thing that I took from that is like far as like how to deal with anger and all that. And it's the word they call stuffing. And
wave your hands.
Yes.
Wave your hand. There you go.
One of the words is stuffing. I use that in a sense where it's in a sense to not reacting, but basically I don't have like the urge or like the like I don't have no anger issues or anger problems after going through that program where it taught me how to deal with situations in a sense. And it tied into the program Alternative to Violence, where most issues, it's a reaction time from when the issue takes place. And the one thing that I used in here is if, let's say, get into a heated discussion over playing cards or whatever, where possible violence can come from that. And from Alternative to Violence, it basically, it's all dealt with how you approach the situation and talking to the individual with respect, and it boils down to your delivery and all that. And I use that over the years in here. I have no fighting tickets, so that says a lot.
Very process. No tickets since 2013 that I could see.
And no issues, because I learned how to conduct myself with altercations that can result to violence, with dealing with issues and putting myself in situations that can result to that. And me, when I was out versus now, sitting back, I figured out how a way to identify of who to stay clear from and all that, and possible altercations. The other program that I took was Voices. And the one thing that I can say about Voices, and when I talked to the victim's family, well, the victim father, I talked to him in 2020 over the phone. I talked to him on 2 different occasions. And the one thing that I learned in that program is my actions cause a lot of grief on both sides, the victim's family, mine's, all around. And the one thing that I expressed to the victim's father, and when I told him that that program taught me something, and he was shocked, and that is my actions altered the circle of life in a sense, where the parents had to bury the son, and my actions alter that. And that's one of the things I express my deepest regret by altering that, by the parents shouldn't have to bury the son, and it should have been the other way around. And that's one thing I learned in Voices, that our actions can alter the circle of life, so to speak. And that's one of the things that at the time, not thinking and being young, you don't think that far ahead of that one action altered it in a sense. And that's something I have to live with for the rest of my life. That
As will they.
correct. But and I get that, and that's something that Voices point out to me, in a sense that the victims is affected as well, more so than me, in a sense, because I get it. I still live it in a sense, but it's I can't because
I hear you, and I hear your remorse. I do. The other impact on all of this is to the community. Community feeling unsafe.
Can you give me a second, please?
Sure.
All right, sorry about that.
You good? You good to start?
Huh?
You good to start again?
Yes.
So I'm going to move on to something else. I know I hear you graduated high school. What have you given any additional thought to any additional education?
Education far as I wouldn't say like a associate degree or nothing like that, but I do plan when I get out to go back into manufacturing, because that's one of the trades that when I started out in high school, I started out doing manufacturing. And I have a brother that's down in Georgia right now, and that's what he do. I got him into that field in the high school that I started out in. I just didn't finish it. And he's doing very well. And one of the things he mentioned once I get out, that he'll be able to put me on to the CNC, but I'll have to go take a shop trade or whatever he said, just to get the certification for it. But that's
So you are giving some thought to kind of future vocational.
I can't roll because I'm like, I could do manufacturing when I get out, but he said because I have the skill set of the knowledge of doing it, but it's running the CNCs and the program designing. He said that's the part that I'm gonna need a college course or whatever to be able to achieve more money, he said.
I do want to hear whether you were giving some additional thought to that, because I know you want to do this dog training.
Correct.
And as well.
that's something that it's not much schooling for that or whatever, but that's something I plan on doing on the side. I could do that walking in a walker or whatever, wheelchair. I could be 70 years old and still training dogs or whatever. That's a skill set that.
Yep. You have a long way to go.
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about your support system on the outside. What's that going to look like?
I have multiple people in my corner, and this hearing the reason why I left them out of it, because I feel I got myself into it, and at the end of the day, I feel it's my job to get myself out of it in a sense. But when I do get out, I got multiple family members that's willing to put me in the right position, and coming back's not an option. I tell you that.
The reason I share that with you is, the world's different on the outside right now. You've been in for quite a while.
They say that a lot.
Yeah,
I hear that a lot.
It's very, very different, technology-wise, socially. I mean, there's just a lot of things that are happening out there, and I would want to be sure that you have a strong support system available to you.
And I stay on the phone to basically, so I feel like mentally I'm not behind in the sense, because I asked the one thing that I didn't do prior to coming in here is ask questions. So while getting on the phone is, even though I'm behind in a sense, but I still up to date as to how society and technology have evolved since I've been in. I do have knowledge on that.
Mr. Spearman, do you know that people don't talk on their phones anymore? We don't use it for phone calls.
It's all texting. I know that.
Yeah, okay. All right. So you're younger than me. I just wanted to make sure that
it's
you
all
knew.
Texting.
Yeah, and they think it's aggressive if you make a phone call. You have to be an expert to find out if they'll take a phone call.
They're available. People are
Right.
available.
It's all changed.
Yeah, so my point is, things are different on the outside. I just want to be sure that you've got that system out there for yourself that you can rely on when you've got those needs to question the things that you got to question and deal with those things.
Yes.
And just share with me a little bit more about your release plan, because you said you wanted to start a vet dog program.
Not so much a vet dog program. I plan on
Just a dog training,
a puppy daycare.
puppy day.
Oh.
Correct.
Good luck.
Not gonna do that from a wheelchair.
Well, not so much a puppy. They gonna be older dogs or whatever, but it's catering to puppies or whatever. That's one of the things that I plan on starting. But also, before I came in, I detailed cars, and one of the things that I didn't take the time to do was to get a contract, because I worked for a company for almost 2 years, and what they do is go to dealerships and get contracts for the year and all that. And the dealership that I was at was in the process of firing the company that I worked for. And they told me, they said, as long as you draw up a contract, we'll give you the contract. But it was a lot going on. I was young and I didn't take the time out to do that. So that's one of the things that I plan on doing. And a box truck company running Amazon Relay. I already got it mapped out, written down in the composition book. And over the years, I learned that they say if it's not written down, chances are you're not going to do it or whatever. And I got a composition book with that job broken down to how to get involved in. It doesn't take that much money to start the Amazon Relay or whatever. And I plan on all 3 businesses within the next 5 years.
It sounds like you really got some goals set up for yourself, which is a really positive thing. You've done some good programming. You seem to really take into heart the programming that you've been involved in. I don't really have a lot more questions for you today. I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues. I appreciate you talking to me this morning and answering my question.
Thank you for allowing me the time.
Now this afternoon.
Is that, I'm sorry, this afternoon.
So, Mr. Spearman,
Yes.
when, after the shooting occurred, why did you leave the state?
I left the state. Honestly, I really don't have a real answer as to why I left. I just got in the car and just went down south.
Did you know that the victim had died?
No.
When did you find out?
I think the next day. I think it was like the next day.
But they came and got you, right?
I went all the way to South Carolina, and I was on my way back up when I did find out. And when I found out, I had contacted a lawyer, and the lawyer was in talks with the police station, and hold on. And I was in the process. I was gonna turn myself in. Just when I was on the phone with the lawyer said for me to sit tight where I was at, and he was gonna let me know what's going on, and if they had a warrant for me, that he was gonna let them know that it's gonna turn me in. So I technically was on my way back up there.
Okay. So, what is it that you most regret about what happened that day?
The way I handled it, I feel now if I would have taken the time out, a simple conversation could have resolved the issues me and him had.
And, appreciate that answer very much so, because I was trying to think about what you said you learned in anger management and the other course that you took. And so,
Alternative to violence.
yes, the alternative to violence. And so I just wanted to see whether your answer would connect with what you said you learned. And, it did. And thank heavens it did. So I also wanted to say to you, because you've served maybe a little over 16 years. Yes. And you're serving a charge for a gun. Now, I know you read about what's going on in our community and our society today. And you know how much gun violence has increased. Can you just tell me what your thoughts are about how you feel about guns today?
Guns, honestly, I don't want no parts of them. No parts. Now, my feeling towards them, honestly, I feel
It's a tough one, isn't it?
it's because I feel in the middle in a sense because I can't say I'm for it and I can't say I'm against it in a sense. Because I'm gonna just say this. Like me being a felon now, I have no rights to it. So that's why I would say no. But if you have your rights to it, then that's the other individual rights or whatever. And I get that, and it's the way the laws is designed or whatever. So for me to say totally against it, I'm gonna say
Do you think you'd ever own a gun?
no, I can't. Nor if I was able to, I don't want no part.
Okay,
Me, that's just me personally.
right.
Of
And
going through.
that's what I want to hear from you. What's your own personal opinion on choice on it? And I know because of your charges that you're not going to be able to have guns. But
Correct.
just thinking about what happened to you 16 years ago and the fact that it's still going on today is concerning to me. And so that's why I'm asking you, what are your thoughts and feedback about what's going on in the community with the gun violence?
And that's the part that it's me personally. Guns and my stance, to a degree, I feel are unnecessary and not needed. It's going through what I went through. It's brother. Can
Because
you,
the point that I'm trying to make with you,
No.
Mr. Spearman, is, you know, in terms of what brought you to incarceration, it's still out there. And my thoughts are, how are you going to feel about being around people with guns? What are your thoughts about that? Because those are concerning factors.
See, now that's it's I understand the question, and see, now that's I the reason why I don't know how to properly answer that, or if there's a proper answer for it, is with what you just said, the statement you just said. Now, how I look at it, technically, you really don't know who have guns these days because they're all out there. So me moving forward, whether it's a person that's legally or illegal to carry, I know me personally, I gotta go the opposite way. I don't even feel comfortable being in the vicinity of a gun after all this time in here, and I know the possible outcome, what a gun can cause and do and all that, because I'm living proof of it, of the outcome. So just me personally, if I have any knowledge, I'm going the other way.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for, trying to be as honest as you can, and I appreciate that. So I'm all set. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Turner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Spearman.
Good afternoon.
I just have a couple questions for you. Are you still not talking to your mom?
I talked to her not like that. The last time I talked to her was about a month ago.
So have you worked out the issues with your son's mom and your mom and whatever that was about?
It wasn't so much of an issue like that. It's just that situation, I felt it should have been avoided in a sense. And me, at the time before it happened, I asked my mother to get involved. So the way I felt I fought her for not helping the situation that I felt could have been avoided.
Have you been able to talk all it out with her?
I talked to her briefly on it, but didn't really go into it. And I felt to really get down to it, I was trying to get her to come see me, but being that she got multiple foster kids, so it's hard for her to.
So, Mr. Spearman, are you going to be able to let it go?
Yes.
Okay, because you need your mom on your side.
No, you're right about that.
Okay, I just want to, make sure that this isn't, going to be some sort of stumbling block for you, that you're able to work past it or let it go. Okay.
That's the one thing.
Do you remember what the victim's cousin said to you at sentencing?
Vaguely.
I'll refresh your memory, okay?
I have a recollection of it, but it depends on what part you're talking about.
Okay, well, but specifically, she wants you to find and fulfill your life's purpose.
Correct, I remember that.
So I offer that to you as you're about to start a whole new phase in your life with, being back in the community. And,
Correct.
This would be a nice tribute to your friend whose life you took.
Correct.
If you kept your focus on your purpose and you worked at achieving it, okay? So if we were to grant you're not eligible until February, and you are end of sentence in February of 2027. So
Yes.
We're looking at 2 years of discretionary parole supervision. Okay. So I want you to appreciate that your parole officer is there to support you being successful. This is somebody who has access to programs, services, trainings that can help you in your journey, especially after such a long period of incarceration at such a young age. So this isn't just somebody who's there to keep an eye on you and hold you accountable, but this is actually somebody who's part of your support system. But only if you think about that person in that way. They want you to be successful, and they're there to help you do that if you work with them. And that means keeping your appointments, calling them, talking to them when you start to worry or feel stressed before you make poor choices that have consequences that have to be imposed. So, you know, consider this another person on your team that wants to help you on your journey. You know, if you go into it that this is somebody who's just going to nag and, you know, watch over you, it could be a very long 2 years. But if you understand that this person is positioned there as, you know, to put the guardrails on and help you after so long being locked up, then you'll reap the benefits of parole. And that's what we would want for you.
I understand.
Okay, so just keep that in your thoughts as you prepare for, you know, re-entering the community. And I also encourage you to think about ways that you can give back. You know, the cousin talked about fulfilling your life's purpose, but you took a life, and this is somebody who could have done a lot of good in the community. And so now you have some, one might call reparations, some giving back to do to make up for the harm. And I hope you'll take that charge seriously. I wish you much success, Mr. Spearman.
Thank you.
No more questions.
Okay. We're going to deliberate on the record so you can listen and not say anything.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is one of those cases. It's a heinous offense, but a very tragic offense. I feel for the victims in this situation. I know we didn't hear from them today, and I'm sure they've suffered the loss and are still dealing with the loss of that relative of that child. Having said that, Mr. Spearman today for me sounds good. He sounds he's put in his 16 years. He hasn't had a ticket since 2013. I went back to see the other tickets. There were no violent tickets that I could see. There was one threat, but no violence of any kind. He's taken really the program that we would want to see him taking in these kinds of situations. He also utilized an example in what he had learned from his alternative violence when he talked about the card game and how he would handle the disruption in the card game, anger situation in the card game. He was accepted full responsibility for his action. Also was remorseful and very apologetic to the family. And in fact, I mentioned today that he had sent a couple letters out to the family members. He was 19 years old when this happened. Set some goals for himself in his life. He, wants to be wants to run a puppy daycare. He wants to do machinist work. So he's got some goals and aspirations that he has that he wants to do. My colleague said about giving back. I also hope that he gives back when he has an opportunity, when he's out there in the community. He did talk about doing the volunteer work at the vets, with the vets, I believe, with the dogs. So I am supporting his discretionary parole today.
So
There were some kinds of concerns that I had. The weapons charges. It's not the only weapons charge he had. He had prior weapons charge besides this.
Was on probation
Was
at
on
the time.
probation. Was on probation. The nature of this offense really, affected me in a lot of ways. And however, having said all that, with the positive stuff that I did talk about, I am supporting his discretion.
I do agree. He has the only caveat that I had to his release plan is, where he wants to sponsor to. I did hear him say he had a third sponsor because the cousin is not sure how long she's going to be at the current address. So I hope Mr. Spearman pay attention to that and make sure whatever the parole officer wants him to do, that he follows through with it.
I'm in support.
Okay. So I only have no contact with the victim's family.
I think we have to put halfway house in the event that they need it.
But you,
Right.
Spearman, you have to get that information to make sure that the parole officer gets that information to be able to confirm that sponsor.
All right, no problem.
And I'm going to have to mention that we're adding a halfway house in
Yes.
case it's needed. In case
Alright.
it's needed. Okay,
That way
anything else?
they don't come back to us and delay your release over anything.
You
You
have
have time. You have some time to be able to get that information to the parole officer.
All right.
Did you have a question?
I have one question. It's the statute number that I read, and I have mentioned it to the IPO Torres, and she said that I would be able to bring it up to y'all.
What is that?
It's General Statute 54-125H. Do you have any knowledge of that or no?
What is the question that you want to ask in regards to that?
Am I able to apply for it, or I don't know?
What are you applying for?
I don't know. She said I could.
Is it a release mechanism that you're looking for?
She said it's transfer parole.
Oh, no, no,
Okay, yeah, you can't have transfer
You're not
parole as an
eligible.
85% offender.
you're not
Oh.
eligible.
Yeah, only 50% designated offenders can apply for, or can be granted transfer parole.
All right.
Okay,
But you asked.
so in the case of Qanell Spearman, inmate number 341-857, there's a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after February 18, 2025, with the following conditions: no contact with the victim's family, the JK's family, JK family. You know who they are, and we're adding a halfway house in case it's needed. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Granted. So good luck.
Good luck to you.
Spearman.
All right, thank you. Have a nice day.
This concludes the hearing for Connell Spearman, inmate number 341-857.
Are you Mr. Boruta?
Boruta?
Boruta, okay.
Give us 1 minute, okay?
That's no problem.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certified they have all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jonathan Boruta, 345115.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jonathan Boruta, inmate number 345115. He is serving a sentence of 2 years and 1 day with 2 years special parole to follow, criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of September 16, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs during his incarceration. He is currently participating in the MAT and domestic violence with an estimated completion date of November 15th, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Boruta, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
In the last 12 months of my incarceration, I've had a lot of time to think about my life. And in this time, I've come to realize my out of character and complacent ways of thinking and behavior and the reasons for such. With this understanding, I believe the privilege of parole at this time would be beneficial in my path to a successful transition back into society. I'm confident and determined to follow all conditions and stipulations of my parole, and I thank you for the opportunity to do so.
Okay, Mr. Boruta. We're going to take turns to ask you some questions. Then at the end of the questioning, we're going to deliberate on the record and get back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
So I'm going to begin with the question. So this is your first incarceration?
Yes, ma'am.
So what are your thoughts about it so far?
Well, I've learned to be definitely more patient and I'm more likely to think about my actions. It's definitely not a place I want to be. That's definitely not a place I want to come back to.
So what is it that you have to do not to be there?
I think staying clean from drugs and alcohol and negative people and that influence my choices. That has definitely had an effect on my life. And
so, you know, it's obvious that you have a couple of issues. You mentioned alcohol being one of them, but you have, you know, like criminal trespass, criminal mischief, threatening, and then, you know, you're on probation and then you violate the probation, you know. So what do you think is going on with you? And apart from the DV that you're in, what else do you think you need to address to correct your behavior?
I think I was just on a destructive path. I mean, like I was saying earlier, I mean, I'm definitely out of character. I mean, I'm just not. The things in the past with the trespass or what we were saying there is a lot of that was with my ex. It was a very volatile relationship. which I've gotten out of at this point, which is just taking care of a lot of that stuff in the past. But I think I need a decent support structure that I didn't have, which my mother has definitely been helping with, and some sort of a purpose, which I mean I have found in here. I've been studying the Bible with the Jehovah's Witnesses weekly now for probably 9 months, and that's definitely given me some direction, with my life and what I want to do.
So you never had the support of your mother before? Why?
She moved out of state, and we haven't really talked until lately.
But she still lives out of state.
Correct. But we kind of, in the last year and a half or so, we kind of have been talking and have got past our differences and kind of starting a new relationship.
Is it that she didn't agree with your behavior?
It was something to do, it was about my son that ended up living with her out south, and she ended up raising him.
And was that a good thing?
Yes, it was. I believe it was. And I guess you're right. I mean, that did have to do with my behavior at the time. And I think it really took me a long time to accept that and to forgive, myself for blaming her. And, almost nine years it took for that to happen.
Well, Mr. Boruta, you're 46 years old.
My son, my daughter, what?
No, I'm saying you're 46 years old.
Oh, yes,
Why
ma'am.
would you be blaming your mother because of your negative behavior? She didn't think it was right for you to have your son with you, so she took your son. What was wrong with that?
Well, I guess there wasn't. It was probably the best thing for my son. At the time, though, I didn't see that. I guess I was blinded.
Well, your behavior didn't help.
Of course not. I agree. with you.
Now, and your parents is your parents. They, even if I don't think they, based on the letter that they wrote, that they ever wanted to disown you or not be there for you, because they wrote a letter of support for you. And so you're currently in the DV. Have you been able to address any of the issues that will correct your negative behavior that was happening in the community?
I believe I have. I believe it's helped me. To see some of my shortcomings, and I'm pretty sure that I still have a lot of work to go.
Okay, one at a time. So tell me so far what you've learned in DV.
Well, I've learned to work on my emotions and my thought process about them, not reacting quickly, and learning to walk away from situations that arise. And basically just to really look at myself and my mistakes in the past and try to change from them. We've had to write letters, from our partners in the past, and letters from our child, how they would feel in our shoes, and it's quite, it's quite strong.
Quite an eye opener, huh?
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of hard to read those letters, actually. And break it down.
So you are currently in that program.
Yes.
And I'm trying to see where why aren't you, in a tier program?
I got into the MAT program by basically, when I came into New Haven County, I was not on any methadone or doing any of the drugs that I should have even been into that program. But the people around me were basically influencing me that the program, that the methadone was going to make, you know, all the stress and the anxiety of being in jail intolerable. And for that reason, I got into this program, which I should never have gotten into it. And it's been the worst thing for me. And I've been coming.
It has been a little confusing to me because trying to understand why you're taking it.
Right, and I got to the point where it's a terrible drug. It's really affected me negatively, I could say. And I've been getting off of this. I'm down to 20 milligrams. I expect to be off of it completely in the next month. I was at 135, and I feel a lot better.
You have to tell them something in order to be eligible to get into the program?
Yes, you basically have to tell them that you've used drugs like heroin and those types of drugs.
Yeah, but and I'm looking at your history and it says, you know, alcohol, marijuana, and cocaine. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I mean, but the methadone in that program really has, I don't believe that has anything for that purpose, correct? It's more for the opioids, I believe. Which I've never had a problem with opioids.
So it says you've been in there since last December, so you're just weaning down now. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's been, they go very slowly.
Yeah, you don't have to say what the dosage is, okay?
Right. It's a very slow process. It's been probably since I've been coming down like 4 months, I'd say.
Yeah. All right, so what are you going to do about a substance abuse program? Because your drug score is a 4.
Right, I believe that is because of the program, but I plan on, going to AA.
Big arms.
Go
Big
like
arms,
this.
you can do the light.
Oh,
There you go. Thank you.
or say, I plan on, with the alcohol, I plan on continuing, like going to AA and try some outpatient, maybe IOP program when I'm released. I feel pretty good. I mean, I've been sober and clean from everything. I've been even smoking cigarettes. I'm done with that. It feels good. I don't think I'm gonna have, I think I'm gonna be successful in keeping my sobriety.
How are you gonna do that?
Well,
How are you gonna stay sober?
Well, I'm gonna continue with the studying the Bible and having, positive people around me. I'm gonna go to AA and probably get a sponsor for that. And just keep pushing forward. Very determined. I have a small daughter, that I haven't seen, and I definitely would like to change my ways to be a decent role model for both of my children. And I would really like to, I have my relationship back with her. She's 12 years old, and I greatly missed her. It's a big thing.
How old is she?
12.
12?
Yes, she will be 12, December 2020. That's a big motivation.
Your son is 22?
Yes, ma'am.
So one of the other things that you said, Mr. Boruta, is that your sentence was a bit excessive. Now, you were on probation for a threatening charge. Here you are with a gun. Where did you get the gun? Why did you have it?
It was, well, I used to hunt before, years before, well, man, a couple of years before all this started. It was my brother's firearm that he left at my apartment. I've had it for, I don't know exactly the amount of time, but it's been quite a while. I mean, I had a hunting license, everything was legitimate at one point, and then when I was supposed to get rid of it, I talked to my brother multiple times, and I should have brought it to the police department. I should have done something with it right away. I shouldn't have waited and get, I just got complacent with it, and it was definitely a big mistake. I didn't need it. I wasn't supposed to have it. I definitely messed that up. I should have got rid of it as soon as I was told to.
Mr. Boruta, so concerning for me is, you have this very high drug score, you have a serious problem with alcohol, and you're in DV, and I don't even see a tier program on your OAP.
Correct.
And if you felt that the MAC program was not for you, why didn't you ask them to put you in a tier program?
I didn't really know that. That was something I could have done. I mean, the only thing that I think, well, one thing I've gotten out of the MAP program is, we do have, there is meetings that we have. They're actually pretty good. It's more of a broader.
He is currently on the wait list for referral for addiction services.
Oh, he is. Okay. Did you know you were on the wait list for addiction services?
I did not.
Okay, well, the parole officer just informed us that you are.
Okay, so what does that mean?
That when they have an opening, they will call you to participate. You will definitely need that, Mr. Boruta, because, your drug use and your drinking is the reason why you're here today with these charges. It's your first incarceration. Luckily, you haven't harmed or injured anyone, but you need to address it. You've never addressed it in the community. So it's something that you need to work on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, I don't think I have any other questions right now. Ms. Turner.
Mr. Boruta, have you done treatment in the community before?
I did an IOP program.
You what into it?
I did. I participated in an IOP program in Torrington.
For how long?
A few months.
Back when?
2 years ago.
How many?
He said
Two.
two.
It was around the time with the case I had before this one.
You were at Charlotte Hungerford, right?
Behavior health.
The agency? You're familiar with it?
Charlotte Hungerford?
Yeah.
Yes, I go to behavioral health there.
You were in their MAT program.
No, I was not. I did not start the MAT program until New Haven County. I go to, I have behavioral health program, or not program, I go to behavioral
So
health.
you were out on probation for the underlying threatening conviction 1 month before you stopped reporting to probation. Why would you not uphold that obligation? You had
What
3
happened?
years of probation.
Right, I never started is what happened. There was, some communication issues. And by the time I finally got a hold of them, I guess they were trying to get a hold of me, but I guess I didn't get a hold of them fast enough. Because I did not go actually run, I did not make it, or did not start the probation.
Well, that's not entirely accurate. You failed to engage, but probation did start. And they even did a home visit trying to make contact with you, and you didn't uphold your end of that responsibility. So, and the concern, of course, is that, you know, the threatening involved firearms. So, you know, they wanted to keep a pretty close eye on you. And it turns out that was smart because you had another gun. So why would you bring a gun into a bar?
I don't know.
You don't know?
It was a big mistake.
Of course it was. It was illegal. But why did you do it?
I was drunk.
In
It was-
possession of a firearm in a bar and threatening people.
It was
And
an
you
inoperable BB gun. Wasn't a
Do
real
you
firearm.
think anybody that you showed that gun to thought, geez, that's just a BB gun, or I bet that gun doesn't work?
No,
Right. What is your beef with Mr. Ryan Turner? What is your issue with him?
he owned the building that the bar was in, and I was actually renting from him.
Uh-huh.
I was paid in advance of rent, I don't know, like 4 months with a security deposit, and my last month, and he ends up selling the building and pretty much telling me to, you know, take him to court for the $4,600 he owed me, which I actually started that process of taking him to small claims court. And then things just got, that day, I guess he threatened me with a baseball bat. And there's a.
You do realize that all of this is on video in the bar. So, you know, like,
I do.
your efforts here to make him look like the aggressor is not accurate.
I'm not trying to make him look like the aggressor. I should have never gone there. What would I, you know, I take full responsibility. You know, it was a really big mistake for sure.
No, it was criminal. And it was a series of poor decisions to get drunk, to put a gun in your waistband, to go to the bar, and then to show people the gun. So it's a series of bad decisions that just compound on each other to result in this threatening charge. And then you get off easy with 3 years of probation, and within 1 month, you're non-compliant. And you're trying to blame it on communication. You have a responsibility. You signed all the paperwork. You knew what the terms were.
You're right.
So honestly, Mr. Boruta, I am very grateful that the court imposed 2 years of special parole, and I do not find you appropriate without completing a tier program. You need to have far greater understanding of your addiction issues, your abuse of alcohol, and a solid relapse prevention plan. When you were talking to my colleague, you made AA and a sponsor your third and fourth steps, and you didn't even sound committed. So, you know, for someone with the extent of the problem that you have that has landed you in prison and cost you 2 convictions, I think it's time you step up to the plate, take some responsibility, and put a solid plan in place, sir. You have a standing criminal protective order against you. Are you aware of that?
For Ryan Turner?
No, your daughter's mother.
That's a stay away from the house only.
You want to minimize that.
You are also sentenced to the state's deadly weapon offender registry. You're aware of that?
I am.
Good. All right. I have no more questions, Madam Chair.
So Rodriguez?
Yeah, Mr. Boruta, I share the same concerns. We have limited to no programming, you have no real strong relapse prevention. You haven't touched base, you haven't mentioned CCAR or anything like that in terms of your discussion with us today. It's very challenging to want to move on releasing you today. Just made it very difficult. You've minimized some things. I think you really have to do some serious thinking about how you want to handle your life. Or you still have the time to do it, and you're going to have some special parole to follow, so you will have time. Anyway, I don't have any questions about Chair.
Okay, so we're gonna deliberate, you just have to listen. So, I did not have Mr. Boruta going out, and I did not have him going out because I needed him to take a tier program. When I read the PSI, it said he's never attended any substance abuse treatment, is what he said. He's currently in the domestic violence program. I don't hear him talking about how he's going to stay sober. And he has an extensive history of alcohol abuse. He says, that he wants to maintain support with his daughter, but failed to mention that there was a protective order against the mother. And he's going to have to figure out if he wants to see his daughter. He's going to have to go through the courts. I just don't think today Mr. Boruta doesn't sound like somebody that's ready to go in the community. And drinking and having gone is not appropriate for someone who claims that he has not participated in any treatment but has a long history of alcohol. So I have Mr. Boruta denied and then just set his special parole conditions.
I'm in agreement.
And I have it for nature and current offense on probation and inadequate institution program participation.
I also had criminal history. I mean, he has a DUI starting in 2001, and he's had multiple convictions since then.
So for special parole, I just have no alcohol and halfway house.
Domestic violence.
And behavior management for domestic violence.
A general no contact with Ryan Turner.
Okay, in the case of Jonathan Boruta, inmate number 345115, there is a motion to deny request for discretionary parole due to the nature and circumstances of the current offense, criminal history, current offense committed while on probation, and inadequate institution program participation. Mr. Boruta has 2 years of special parole to follow. So I would also like to set the special parole conditions as follows. A general no contact with Ryan Turner, no consumption of alcohol, behavior management for domestic violence, and release to a halfway house. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So Mr. Boruta, We could not help you today, but we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
This is the hearing. Jonathan Boruta, inmate number 34515.
All right. Hello, how y'all doing? Hello?
It'll give us 1 second, okay?
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Hello, my name is Shawn Kinnel. My number is 355-423.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Shawn Qanell, inmate number 355-423. He is serving a sentence of 16 years flat for home invasion involving the first with a firearm. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of January 19, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed SRG Group Phase 3, SRG Group Phase 4, and Phase 5. In addition, he has completed Voices. during his incarceration. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Qanell, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hello. I appreciate y'all time and consideration for being here. I know it's not like it's hard for y'all. It's a long time since y'all been here. But so I like to say I appreciate y'all. I like to start with just apologize to my victims because it's been a long time since I've been down, and I've been through a tough process here, and through correcting myself and trying to like get through everything. I feel like that's been the number one void in my life of not being able to make amends to my victims, because I know the pain, the suffering, and the trauma that I have caused them, and I don't believe that they deserve that. And I would like to give you a little input on why my situation went through the way I went through, a little background with my information, like my background of my life, like coming up. Yes.
So, Mr. Kinnel, we've read all the documents. We've read the PSI. We know about your history. The question put to you is, why do you believe you deserve parole?
I feel like I deserve parole because I've taken full advantage of this correctional facility. I've gained a lot of knowledge and wisdom and understanding of who I am and the person that I need to be. I've taken programs like Voices, which Voices taught me how there's always a victim in every crime that I commit, and how to put myself in situations like in the victim's shoes to kind of understand what they're going through. I've been a victim for a long time in my life, but I never understood the emotional side of it. And so being able to put myself in their shoes helped me understand that I'm traumatizing these people in an emotional aspect. And what I've done was demoralizing, destructive, and senseless, and I apologize for that. And I believe that I've corrected myself during this process. I believe that I've taken full advantage of all the classes and programs offered to me. Since I've been down, I got my GED, and I went to cosmetology barbering class and received all my hours for barbering. I also started a program with another co-founder, Jason Sadika, which offer a lot of insight on the programs like Voices. They offer insight on basically anger management, and a lot of insight on good intentions, bad choices. And we only started this program because it was a lot of people inside of the facility that wasn't that needed the correct programming, and we weren't getting these programs. So we decided to take it upon ourselves to start offering these programs to ourselves and to other people, just to basically get an insight on like a change in our life. We wasn't waiting around to get these programs because we had to wait for our eligibility date, and we wasn't offered these programs. So we sat with these other kids and other inmates and offered them the same program that they offer in the facility that they weren't offering us, so we could better ourselves. And a lot of times, these processes that we went through, it helped people gain another perspective, which the same thing that is done for me. I've been down for a nice period of time, and I had to take the opportunity for myself to correct myself. And even as today, I go to AA 3 times out the week. I get up and speak because I'm always have the courage to speak up against victims and be the advocate for them, because I know now the situation that I have put others in, they don't deserve it. and all the crime that's going on right now, the things that's going on right now, I'm gonna always speak up against because it's wrong. And I'm gonna continue to do what I had to do as a man and my responsibility, and not because I need any type of reward or anything from it. It's because I need to do what I need to do because that's my responsibility. I have people out there that need me right now. That's my nieces and nephews wondering why they're stuck in situations that they don't need to be stuck in. And I need to be out there to defend that. I need to be out there to be able to be a father role, a role model for them, and a father figure that they don't have. And me personally, I'm gonna do any and everything on my behalf to do that. And there's nothing that could change that. I would like to keep going if y'all don't mind. So
well, are those reasons why you should get parole today?
Can we move into the questions that we prepared for you, Mr. Kinnel?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I get to start. Good job. That was, talking extemporaneously is much better than reading us what you wrote down. So I have lots of questions now based on just some of the things that you said. So how long have you been in these self-taught groups?
In the self-taught group?
Yeah, when did you guys start this?
All right, and so in 2019, we were in McDougal where they weren't offering a lot of these programs. So I'm gonna give you
and then we went into COVID and they were offering even less. When did you guys start teaching each other?
In 2019.
Okay, so after you left McDougal, what happened?
So after I left McDougal, that program is still going to this day. I just had a phone call from Jason Sedika's mom saying that the program's even better now because it's 20 members in there, which when we had it was like probably 9 to 10. But we was just trying to help ourselves and help anyone that needed to be helped at the time, because we was looking at some program was showing us the recidivism rate, and so we were like, at the end of the day, this is bad. Like, we didn't understand, so we was bringing up more awareness to that. And so when we started, it was just maybe 2 or 3 of us, and then we started offering the.
I get it. So did you bring it with you to Carl Robinson?
Oh yeah, of course. And so the program wasn't as big here because the people are in and out, and so it's right now it's like probably like 2 or 3 of us. It's not really many as it is in McDougal. They have more time in McDougal, so they're around each other more. But here, I'm gonna always be an advocate for that. I'm always gonna speak and give knowledge of what I know to the next person.
I think that's, commendable. We know how limited the spaces are in each of the programs and each of the facilities. We know about the wait lists. We know that we see people coming up who haven't got the programs that they need. So even though you don't necessarily get the credit and the certificate for the program, you're still diving into the topics, and that's really positive. I want to back up to one thing you said in your opening. You said that there's always a victim for every crime you commit.
Yes.
And I'm going to challenge you that there are a lot of victims for every crime you commit.
Yes.
So there might have been 3 people in that house when you did the home invasion, but they all have families. And those families are there supporting them, worried about them, putting out money for things like therapy and, locks for the doors, security, but also worried about their own safety, because if it could happen to my friend, it could happen to me. So it's a pebble in a pond. It's, the pebble is the victim, but the reverberations continue throughout the community. And, that's why we saw after the Cheshire home invasion, the statute being put in place and the sentences for committing the crimes as long as what you're facing. So, yes. So you said that you traumatized the people emotionally. What else do you think you put these victims through?
I put them through so much because, like you said, it's a ripple effect. And me personally, they're not only I'm gonna answer your question first. All right, so the things that I put them through more was the emotional aspect of it was a traumatization of it. And it wasn't just the loss of property or anything of like that. It was just the loss of like safety, security, and protection. And when you go deeper into it, like the traumatization of it goes further, because when somebody is victimized, the trauma of it, unconsciously, they put that on somebody else too. Like it's like they lived this and they had to go through it. So when they're going through it, they're now unconsciously being paranoid about either if it's to their kids or whatever, they're telling kids, oh, lock the door, do this and do that because of these reasons.
It's only paranoia if it isn't founded. And by virtue of having the crime committed against them that you did, it is founded. So it's reasonable that they're going to have anxiety and hypervigilance and sleeplessness and nightmares.
Yes.
And be overly protective of their children, because their whole sense of safety in the world is gone. You know, this home is supposed to be a sanctuary. That was taken from them. And then, you know, where do you feel safe if you don't feel safe, if you can't feel safe in your home?
Exactly.
So then you spend all this money making it a fortress, or you spend all this money moving to another place that you make a fortress. You know, so it stays in the person's consciousness. It's not paranoia because they lived it. And this is the outcome of surviving it, is, you know, doing everything in their power to prevent it happening to them again, which, you know, we aren't always in control of. So, okay.
That's very understandable. And I definitely acknowledge that and understand it.
Mm-hmm. So let's go a little bit deeper. Have you had any contact with your brother since you started serving your sentence?
Yes.
Okay, so what does that consist of?
It's consists of a communication because so I don't
writing letters? Phone calls?
Yes, writing letters.
Okay.
Just writing letters.
Did you have to get the warden's permission?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, you know, your brother's participation in this crime is probably, for me, the most disturbing aspect of what happened to these people.
Yes.
What are your thoughts about what your brother did to the female victim?
All right. So my thoughts on that was, it was like, to y'all baffling. It's the most heinous part of the crime, if you ask me. And from my understanding, like, if I can walk y'all through that, I could be vague about it, but walk y'all through the process of what happened.
No, I don't think you need to, because we really have read the documents. But what I want to understand is, you were aware of what he was doing to the victim at the scene. Why weren't you vocal about stopping him?
All right, so that's probably a part that y'all didn't understand. Now, I don't like to say that. My part is that I personally take full responsibility of like what happened and understand exactly what was said. And me personally, within that process, I should have been more vocally. That should have been my part, and I failed the victim for that. And I don't want to say that I had nothing to do with that or whatever case, because you know that I had nothing to do with it. But I failed the victim by not speaking up and not saying something in that instant.
Right. So, do you know the term complicit?
No.
Okay. I encourage you to look it up, because you didn't perpetrate violence against that victim. You didn't sexually offend against her, but you were complicit in her victimization because you didn't speak out.
Yes.
You know, and men need to start calling out men for sexually violating women. I mean, look at what we're seeing in the news, you know, that's going on right now out in Hollywood. I mean, you know, so I put that out to you. You don't get to skate on that.
Can I say something?
So when you talk about going out and working with victims, you got to keep it in your mind that you allowed for that to happen because you said nothing.
All right. So can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
And I don't know exactly what you have right there in front of you. So
Police
what
reports.
the report, all right, so what I've seen, hold up. All right, so
Got it.
what I say by what I seen and when we were in the house, can I explain?
I'm not sure that it's necessary because I don't think there's a defense.
Right.
You know,
All right.
okay, so you might not have known he was going to do it, but it was clear that it was going down because it went from upstairs to downstairs and people were there and, okay. So let's move on because, you know, the crime's happened. You're
Yes.
serving your sentence. And
Yes.
what we're trying to do today is make a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 16 years you have to serve out in the community. And we have to do that in light of interests of public safety.
Understand.
You've been down a long time. So you started off by talking about all the change and the
Yes.
wisdom and the knowledge to know who you are. So tell
Yes.
me, who is Shawn?
Who is Shawn? Shawn is a self-starter. Shawn today is a protector. Shawn today will help any and everybody that he see that need help. Shawn today is a self-driven person that's committed to working, doing his best to help others in any other situation that they may need help in. I have drive, commitment, dreams, aspirations, goals, talent, and skills that I would never have thought that would have gained. Shawn today is a person of faith that believes in God, that has absolutely turned his life around, and is willing to go out there and speak on behalf of any crimes, because it doesn't matter what crimes are being committed. If you commit any crimes, it opens the door to bigger crimes. Just like my position in this case, like it doesn't matter what I did in this case, it opened a bigger door for a bigger crime. So I understand that. I totally understand that.
Okay.
And I am truly sorry.
So I want to hear about your goals. And I want to ask you, you want to go out and speak about. Have you ever heard the expression, my mom used to use this, actions speak louder than words?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to encourage you to put an action plan together, because it's one thing to, you know, stand up at a community meeting or, you know, go to a school and talk to kids, though, you know, that's probably not anything you're going to be allowed to do anytime soon. And that's great. And you might touch one or two, but where you really make a difference is through your energy and your efforts and your action. So what kind of thoughts have you had about how you can repay your community for the harm that you were party to?
So me personally, I know that it's going to take a process for me getting out there, getting my life back together. And I don't mind. I work every day constantly here, and I teach other guys how to barber and how to draw. And I have developed like some good skills, like wonderful skills. And they say it takes 10,000 hours to perfect 10,000 dedicated hours to perfect any craft. So I've been putting my 10,000 hours in on these crafts and developing skills and teaching them to other inmates. And I know these same skills I can go out there and teach to other people. And me personally, I would like to go out there and get a job and go to school for my CDLs, because I know with my CDLs, I'm gonna be able to get my life started. And I got my barbering hours, so I would like to open up a barbershop and offer jobs to at-risk kids that don't have the opportunities that's out there affordable to them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I want to recognize Mr. Qanell. Am I saying it right?
Yes.
That like you said, you got your GED. You've held jobs in the laundry as a janitor and now the kitchen. You got excellent evaluations on your cosmetology and barbering. You've gone 6 years without any disciplinary issues. So these are concrete measures of change to me. And I'm immensely happy for you that you have goals and that you have talents. I would encourage you to consider college, developing your brain even further. I honestly think, though it's a very respectable goal, that your drive and ambition would be wasted on a CDL. And that's just my personal opinion.
No, I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
And it's no disrespect to anybody for whom that is a goal. But what I'm hearing from you today is somebody who has really strong potential. And so think bigger is what I'm going to say to you.
I hear that. I hear that a lot. And somebody told me that. So I would like to show, if I don't mind, if you don't mind, I'd like to show you some of my artwork.
Okay, but let me give my colleagues a chance to ask you questions. I
All
do
right,
want to
perfect.
see at least one of your creations, because I've been reading about it, and I admire that you have self-taught. I've never been able to get beyond drawing a nose. So
Stick person.
but I do commend you for the fact that you got in, you had a rough start, you did the SRG program, and you recognize that you want more for your life. And, you know, the 2 terms of incarceration really is enough. You're 36 and you have your whole future ahead of you. And I really do wish you much success. Understand that if you're granted today and you have a parole officer, it would be about little over 2 years of supervision, but they're there to support you being successful.
I don't mind.
It's not just about holding you accountable, but it's a person in your support system who you can talk to when you're starting to feel stressed or worried about anything. If you let them know, they can strategize with you how to manage it so you don't make poor decisions that bring you back, because we don't want to see that.
I appreciate you, and I thank you for all the advice you have given me, because I will consider everything that you're doing. You're the professional. I'm just the student. I'm just here taking notes.
Well, you're more than a student.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've been teaching there in the facility, and I hope you'll continue to do that with your remaining time. Thanks for talking with me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I only have to say, I'm going to be honest with you. I came into this thinking a whole other thing about this whole situation. A lot of it was based on the actual offense and the indignity of the offense, the human indignity of the offense. But you know what? You've taken me in a whole different place at this point in your presentation, and I'm impressed with the fact that you've really gone out and thought about how you can help others and do some giving back to some of those other young people who really need that kind of direction. I think that's critical and important. You know, it's impactful for me to hear that.
I appreciate you.
Appreciate what you said.
Yeah, you know, Mr. Qanell, I have to tell you, I wrote down my comments here because I'm thinking to myself, this young man is serving 25 years after 16 years with 5 years probation. And while he's there, as my colleague said, you did your cosmetology, you did barbering, and then you turned around and try to figure out how you can help the other offenders who are there with you. And, you know, I listened to your remorse that you expressed for the victims. And I'm going to tell you why I believe what you say today. You talked about keeping grounded by reading the Bible and doing your daily affirmations. And I am extremely impressed with you, Mr. Qanell, because I believe what you have shared with us today is truly what you have done to change your life. So thank you. and what you've done for the others who are there with you.
I truly appreciate it. And I gotta be honest with you. If I'm granted parole today, like you don't have to worry about me. I won't let none of y'all down because I'm strictly on a mission. I made a promise to my grandmother before she died of breast cancer that I'm gonna man up and do what I had to do for my nieces and nephews. And it goes beyond them because it's so much stuff going on out there that it's unspeakable crimes that I was once a part of. And the only way to make amends with that is to go out there and speak against this and have the courage to do so. So when I do speak up in AA meetings, I let them know that this is what we gotta be men about what we doing, because if we're in here, then the kids is out there. And if we keep going on the way we keep going on, our kids are gonna be in here in our same shoes because they don't have nobody to lead them or protect them or put them in a better situation. And that was my situation, that I didn't have anybody to guide me. So I was misled and tricked into gambling with my life for so long. And being in here, going through these programs taught me a better way to go. And at the end of the day, like, I appreciate y'all comments because I know what I'm going to do and I'm focused and I'm committed. And working these jobs hard every day. It's not easy every day,
Right.
But I'm committed.
So show us your picture. I hope it's the one.
Before you do, Mr. Qanell, it's not about disappointing us.
Yeah.
It's about disappointing yourself. We don't matter. You know, it's your relationship with yourself.
Yeah.
I appreciate
The
that.
respect you show yourself.
I appreciate that. And I'm only shedding tears because it's been so long, and I'm glad that y'all understand, like, y'all see the growth, because that's the hardest. It's not the hardest part because I hear it all the time, but it's like y'all see so much and y'all know the book BS from the real thing, and it's like that's why my emotions came out, because I'm glad y'all see that, and I'm glad God gave y'all that, y'all gifts. Y'all have gifts, special gifts. So this is my drawing of
Kobe Bryant.
It's just a Kobe. Look at you. I see you guys. All right. This is the picture, the actual picture of the.
Nice.
Wow, beautiful.
Wow.
Probably is that.
You have wonderful talent.
I appreciate you.
You have a wonderful talent.
Okay.
And so this was a way to process my emotions for so long, and a way to, like, help myself, a therapy. It was more therapy than anything. And it's grown me so far, but it's a talent that I've gained that I help other people gain the same talent to help them through their processes too.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't think it's gaining. I think it's nurturing. It was in you.
Yeah.
And you nurtured it so that you could achieve it.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So we're gonna deliberate. You just sit there and not say anything, and then we'll let you know our decision. It's
Fine.
your turn.
Okay. So I have Mr. Qanell granted. He's serving a flat 16-year sentence. And the supervision as he transitions, I think, will be critical to his success, because he's been down for a long time and he was very young when he came in.
Yes.
So I have every confidence from what we've heard today that he can embrace the support of parole supervision, use it to his benefit, and achieve some of the dreams and goals and aspirations he has for himself.
Yes, I absolutely agree.
I'm on board.
Okay. So I have 3 victims and his 2 co-defendants, including his brother. So I say that one without Peter's permission. And he's going to his aunt's house.
Well, that hasn't been confirmed. So I think we should.
In fact, there are 2 letters that came in. One was his cousin, who was a retired correction officer who did offer his housing.
Okay.
Then there was another letter that came in that gave 2 additional names and telephone numbers.
Okay.
Right. So I'll just add halfway house if it's needed.
Yes.
And I have 11925. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Shawn Qanell, inmate number 355423. There is a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after your earliest eligibility date of January 19th, 2025, with the following conditions. No contact with victims VO, IT, and DM. No contact with your co-defendants, Robert Madeira, and no contact with Marquise Qanell without parole officer's permission, and release to a halfway house in case it's needed. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Mr. Qanell, all the best of luck to you.
I appreciate y'all, and y'all enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for all the advice y'all gave me too.
This concludes the hearing for Shawn Qanell, inmate number 35542.
Much talent.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can I have your name, please?
Brian Wright.
Please look in 1 second.
Well,
No, I think you started it.
yeah, you started. You got thinking about all that stuff.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Good afternoon, Brian Wright, 402991.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Brian Wright, inmate number 402991. He is serving a sentence of 30 months flat for 2 counts of possession with intent to sell, dispense, and violation of probation. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of March 12, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender is currently participating in good intentions, bad choices, with an estimated completion date of November 14, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Wright, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I have 2 kids, and I'm going through a lot of medical problems with my hand and my back. I got support in the world from my mother and my father. And, I'm just gonna do whatever it takes to stay home and get positive help just keep on going. You know,
Mr. Wright,
yes.
the only reason there why we should consider giving you parole.
You said what? I didn't hear you.
Did not hear any reason why we should give you parole.
You didn't hear it?
No, what you said,
because-
were reasons that you want it, not reasons why you deserve it. Sorry.
Oh,
Madam
wow.
Chair.
I want it because I'm going home.
We already know why you want it.
We know what you want.
You just said it. You have 2 kids and you have medical problems with your hands.
Yeah.
Those are not reasons for us to give it to you.
Why should we grant you that? Why should we give it to you? Why should you have?
Oh, because I'm gonna go home and do good. I'm gonna get a job. And, you know, I just need to just go home right now. I'm just tired of being here. I'm tired of coming to jail. You know, I want to go home so
Okay,
bad.
Mr. Wright, so we have questions that we're gonna ask you. We're gonna take turns and Mr. Rodriguez will begin.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so we tried to explain to you earlier, maybe we'll try it a different way. You've taken some programming, right?
Yes.
You took DV and you completed domestic violence, and you completed it?
I've been writing for domestic violence,
Good intentions.
good intentions.
He is in GIBC.
Yeah. So good intentions, bad choices. Good intentions, bad choices. So tell us a little bit about what you got from that program.
What I got from that program is, you know, good intentions, bad choices, about making good choices and having good intents, to doing better in life, you know, and well, we didn't really get to finish all the program because the lady, she ain't coming 2 weeks. She ain't coming 3 days, so that's 2 weeks. She haven't been here, so we haven't really been getting into it. She just been giving us homework packages. And
Have you been doing the homework packages? Because it
Yes,
sounded good.
Yes, I've been doing homework packages. I got a homework package right now. And we go back to the program on Thursday because we don't have it tomorrow.
Okay. You know, the charges that you're here for are serious charges, right? They create a lot of problems in the community, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And when you talked about why you committed the offenses, you said that you had to feed your family and you were disabled.
Yes.
Right? That's one of the reasons why you did it. And then when I looked at your employment part of your information, it said that you hadn't worked and you've only sold drugs. That's all you've done.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Well, other than some construction work that you did.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So
Yes, I
what's
think
your,
you're right.
so you're going to be coming back out again at some point. What's your plan for getting employment and being able to work since you are disabled?
I would take any job for me to stay off the streets. I'll take whatever job, you know.
Yeah, but my point is like, what kind of planning have you been doing to be able to begin to set some of those things up?
Just having good support and just staying off the streets. That's all. That's good planning right there. Just staying off the streets.
I just can't figure out how you're going to be doing that. If you come out, you don't have work, you don't have a stable situation, you don't have, support system outside, although I guess you're going to stay with your mother, right?
I do have support. I have my mother, my father. I have my older brother. He's 40 years old. I have a cousin who do construction work. I got help. I got support. I just got to go out.
So what happened? What happened with that support before? You had it before. They were out there before, right? What happened before? This isn't your first offense, right?
No.
You've had other offenses of controlled substance, selling. That's what you know.
No, that's not what I know, sir. That's just what I was doing, negativity and that's not all I know.
So tell me what's going to change. What have you done that's going to change that?
you know, being a good father, I'm just gonna be a good father. I'm gonna go out and move around and get jobs. I'm gonna try to get a job, sir. I need to get my ID. I gotta get my ID card. I gotta do a lot of stuff. I need to do my disability. I gotta do a lot of stuff to help me to move forward to you.
I get that. I get that you gotta do other things. But what have you been doing to get to that? Like, have you been using your tablet to start looking at what some of the work is on the outside? Have you been investigating? You had some substance abuse issues, not a lot, but some, right? So have you been working on that part of your life?
Yes, I do that. I do. I'm sorry. I looked at my tablet all the time on the jobs. I look all the time. And I look at jobs in the area, you know, jobs that are not too far from my area. You know, I look.
And what about other places that could provide more services for you?
Other places like jobs?
Besides jobs or other things that you're probably going to need when you're on the outside.
What I'm going to need in the outside, you said?
What you're going to need, yeah, when you do finally get released. Things that you're going to need that are going to be able to make you more successful on the outside.
And I definitely need my disability so I can help me out with my housing, so I can get housing so I can move forward.
Were you collecting disability before you went in?
I was doing it. And I didn't get to do it. I didn't get to finish it because they said I needed a lawyer. So I was trying to get a lawyer to help me do all that stuff.
And I'm sure I really don't have a whole lot of questions now. My colleagues to ask, and maybe I'll have some follow-up afterwards.
Okay.
Thank you so much for answering my question, Mr. Wright.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Wright,
Yes, ma'am.
when the parole officer interviewed you, you said you've never been gainfully employed or worked at any job under the table. You further stated, all I've ever done is sell drugs. And now I'm attempting to collect disability.
Yes.
Because you were previously shot.
Yes.
Okay?
Shot twice, 2 times.
Right. So the PSI indicated that you have worked under the table for construction companies for very short periods of time.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're a 35-year-old, Mr. Wright?
Yes, ma'am. I just turned
You
35.
need to get a life and stop telling people that you're selling drugs to feed your family and that you are disabled. You, first of all, if you're disabled and you fill out the disability form, okay, after the doctor tells you you're disabled, okay, and then if they deny you, you can make the statement you're not getting your disability money. You never completed the application.
Ma'am, I went downtown in New Haven. I went downtown to that federal building and I went and I had a ticket. I filled out the application and everything. They gave me a ticket. You walk in, you get a ticket. And the lady came and she called me and I filled out the forms and everything. I don't know what else I had to do. I tried and I filled it out online too. So they talk about I needed a lawyer.
You also said that, you know, you don't feel you're getting the help you need where you are now.
Huh?
And that this prison is different from New York prison because when you're in New York, you get more help from that prison. What is it that you need right now that you're not getting?
They called me down for x-ray for my hand. My fingers does not open. So I tried to get x-ray. They never called me back down for the x-ray. I have a hernia. They haven't taken me to the hospital or nothing. They don't do nothing for me. My fingers are stripping and my skin is peeling and it's red in my fingers. I'm trying to go to the hospital and nobody's helping me.
Listen, Mr. Wright, you were on probation for possession with intent to sell. You violated that probation and you're serving time for possession with intent to sell. If you have a disability, why are you selling drugs? Why weren't you going to the doctor and taking care of it?
I was going to the doctor, man. I did therapy. I was doing therapy, and then they finished me. I was doing therapy for my hand on Sherman Avenue in New Haven. I was going to the therapy place, and then I went for 9 months, and then they finished me. But my fingers still cannot open. I went to my doctor on Howard Street, and he said that my hand, my nerves are bad. I have bad nerves. I went to the doctor. I got my doctor's name is Dr. Cardello, and he said my nerves are bad due to me getting shot.
So, Mr. Wright, here's how it works. You have employment, and your employment provides medical. If you get hurt or you get shot, okay, then you collect unemployment while you're taking care of your medical. You weren't doing any of that. You were selling drugs instead of getting a legitimate job. So you have to decide for yourself if you want to keep going back and forth to prison. You need to get yourself a trade because you're 35 years old.
Yes, ma'am.
You need to get yourself a trade so you can have a good job and you will have medical insurance. Here you are now depending on disability.
I'm not dependent on disability because I want to get a job, man. I'm not dependent on disability because I haven't got it. I haven't gotten no disability. And I want to have a job.
Drugs.
And I do not want to sell drugs no more. That's not part of my life. I'm done with that chapter of my life.
Right, because you've been doing it since 2007. You have been doing it all the way down to, I think, 2024. 1/17/24 when you violated your probation and they terminated your probation. So you need to find a trade that you're good at. You said you have support from your parents and your 2 children.
Yes.
You need to get a trade, Mr. Wright.
I know that, ma'am. I know that.
Okay? So when you go back in the community, you need to find a program that will assist you with going to a trade school so that you can get legitimate jobs and stop selling drugs and harming your community.
Ma'am, I'm not selling no more drugs. I'm done. That's not even on my mind.
I'm telling you, that's what you were doing before. So I'm just telling you, it's the reason why you're here.
I know
so
that,
I'm telling you, don't go back out and do that. Find a program that will steer you in the right direction of getting a trade. And there are many different trades that you can go out there and do. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Turner?
I don't have anything from Mr. Wright other than, I'm glad you want to move out of New Haven. I think that's a step in the right direction. Your mom's in Bridgeport. There are reentry centers in the cities of throughout the state. So you can connect with the reentry center. I know that the Office of Violence Prevention in New Haven, they offered numerous services to assist you with the disability application and obtaining employment. You need to follow through. You don't need an attorney to apply for SSDI. Right. And you just need to finish the application. Exactly. And you had help on probation for that, and you never focused on it to complete it.
Right.
So you're going to start the process all over again through Bridgeport.
Yes, ma'am.
Go to the reentry center and get the help. You can work part-time while you receive disability, and you can also do vocational training through the reentry center, which my colleague was talking to you about. I hope you'll be successful. You've got young kids. They need you to be doing something better out in the community.
Yes.
I wish you much success, sir.
And it's just the other thing is that I cannot write. My dominant hand is my right hand. So it's
But
like,
when you went there, you were supposed to sit there until they completed the application for
And I did.
disability.
and ma'am, I promise you I did. I went upstairs.
But it
the
was
fourth
not
floor.
completed. And they may have asked you to go get some medical records or something, which you never bothered to follow through with. So make sure you go and do that,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? All
Yes,
right,
ma'am.
okay. We're gonna deliberate
Thank you,
now.
Madam Chair. This is challenging for me. I really get a sense of Mr. Wright's evidence of change for me at this point. Not that he's not, trying to work at it. I mean, look, he had no DRs. In this case, it's just one of the positive things of his incarceration at this point. But I didn't see any evidence of offender change. He was on probation at the time of his offense, and he could have had some of these things taken care of during his time of probation, but focused in on something else. I didn't hear any insight in regards to his participation in Good Intentions, Bad Choices, which is a good program that offers a lot, although I understand that he's still doing some homework and he's got a homework packet he still has to finish. He rates high in his rating to recidivate, and he's had 3 previous other failures in his I am not supporting his discretionary parole today. But I'm hoping that he really, takes a couple of more programs while he's there, and that he uses his tablet to set up his information around the service that you talked about with him in both Bridgeport and in New Haven. That's kind of where I'm at today.
Okay,
But I'd love to hear from my colleagues.
Turner,
So I share concerns about Mr. Wright being suitable at this time. I think he has some more work to do. And part of that is taking responsibility for his situation and his needs. So to that end, the threatening, to kill if the police were called involving an ex-partner at the time is very concerning to me. So I need him to take the domestic violence program and finish Good Intentions, however that's going to play out. And I think he should ask about a fatherhood program or Voices. So I would be willing to rehear Mr. Wright in April of 2025, which is 6 months away, and it would give him a year of supervision if the next panel decided to grant him, if they found him suitable. But he's got to be willing to, advocate for the programs inside. I think Voices, fatherhood, and domestic violence being the only one that's already on his OAP, would be critical to his growth and for him to have some insights into the connection between his behavior and the outcomes.
I agree with you 100%, Ms. Turner. I did not have the fatherhood, but I would be glad to add it because it makes perfect sense. And he does have DV on there and hasn't done it, so we could add Voices.
I'm fine with that. I think
Okay.
Can I before? Do you understand, Mr. Wright, that we're looking for you to prepare yourself with additional programming before you're discharged? Are you interested in coming back for another hearing in April?
I have no choice.
Sure you do. You could tell us to forget it and you'll just go out end of sentence. I'm just trying to read your body language. I know that you're disappointed, but I'm not even clear whether you want to play this game or not. If you don't want to play the game, let's not waste anybody's time.
Man, first, this is not a game. This is for my freedom. So
Of course.
I would do whatever it takes for me.
Okay, that's what I want to hear.
That's
All
what
right.
I want to hear.
That's what
That's
we
what
want to
we
hear. So go back to the counselors, advocate for fatherhood, Voices, domestic violence, and watch your behavior. You've been great so far.
Good.
And we're going to bring you back in April.
Yeah.
If the next panel finds you suitable, you'll have a year of supervision and support out in the community to get that SSDI application taken care of and get you steady out in the community.
But,
Okay.
but excuse me, I sign up for programs and they take long time. You see, I've been here.
No, no, no,
9
no,
months.
but the fact that you're at today's hearing and we're saying
That
we're
will-
gonna deny you and rehear you because you need more programs,
Should
will
get,
probably
Yeah, we'll
help
help you
you
get it.
go up and get into the program sooner. Okay? And we're gonna.
You went up to March anyway, so April
And
just
we're
a
gonna
month
ask
later.
you, Dunkley, just send a message.
that's a good point.
Yes.
Rodriguez. You weren't eligible until March,
March.
so you're stop setting it another month.
You know, an extra month, we'll give you.
All right.
In the case of Brian Wright, inmate number 4029991, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole today for inadequate institutional program participation and evidence of offender change. And we would like to rehear you April 2025 with the recommendations to complete domestic violence, voices, and perhaps a fatherhood program. No disciplinary reports. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing. Brian Wright, inmate number 40299.
Yes.
Can I take that your name, sir?
Santos, Kevin Santos.
Thank you. Give us 1 second.
Exactly.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, George Chance.
Good afternoon, Bantam member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Kevin Santos, 421072.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Keven Santos, inmate number 421072. He is serving a sentence of 5 years followed by 6.5 years special parole for possession with intent, 3 counts of criminal possession of a firearm, 5 counts of burglary third, larceny second, criminal possession of a pistol or revolver, violation of probation, larceny third, and failure to appear first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 28, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed. The offender has completed Tier 2 as of November 24th, 2020 during his incarceration. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Santos, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, I want to start off by saying I apologize to the community because that's my victim, it's my community, and I apologize for putting them in danger. And also, well, I want to start off by saying I think that you guys should grant me parole. I have really changed the most right now. I have been enrolling myself in I did vocation. I enrolled myself in vocational village, which is the IT, like a computer class thing. I want to take that to take it home and pass it down to my kids. And I got a good support system. They tried to send letters in, but I don't know if you guys got them, but
They actually waiting for me. I got a good job waiting for me. I have my kids that I'm trying to get to. Their birthdays is coming up, the holidays and stuff. Like I've been missing out on a lot on them due to which my addiction was me popping pills and stuff like that. I learned that from that. It was taking too much away from my family. And at the end of the day, I wasn't hurting myself. I was hurting the people that was around me, which was my family and my kids and my mom a lot. I know the things that I did is not what I was supposed to do. And I take full responsibility for my actions.
Are you all set, Mr. Santos?
Yes.
Okay, so I appreciate your opening comments. Mr. Santos, I have to say to you, I don't know if you heard the parole officer's comment in outlining why you are there serving time today.
Why I was serving time today?
Yeah. You didn't hear all the charges?
Yes.
Uh-huh. And so far, you've only completed Tier 2 back in November 2020. Yes. And in your opening comments, you think that part of your problem is popping pills.
Yes, I had an addiction back when I was home, which was taking opiates.
And then I'm looking at all the disciplinary reports that you have, and you're on federal probation. You have a federal detainer.
Yes.
Because the sentence you're serving now, you are serving the federal sentence, which is going to take you until November 2026. And it's just a lot, Mr. Santos. You're only 26 years old. What is it that you want to do with your life?
I actually want to go home this time, and I want to open a nice company for myself and my family and pass it down to my kids. I actually want to take the chance to go home and show and prove to my family members and everybody around me that I have changed.
I just have to tell you and be honest, Mr. Santos. All these are just so overwhelming. And the fact that you've only taken Tier 2, you have voices on your OAP. And it said you completed Tier 2 in 2020.
Yes.
But you also have disciplinary reports. And I'm looking at it, I think the last one was June 2024.
Yes.
Which is contraband. So, Mr. Santos, I do think you have a lot more work to do. And I really think that you need to participate in some more programs, more positive programs, and to really sit down and figure out at age 26 what you want to do with your life. These are such serious charges. And I think you need some help, Mr. Santos. I do not think you're ready to go out today. And you haven't done well in the past. Out of 5 community releases, you're only able to complete 1. And it's just a lot, Mr. Santos. I think you need to do some more work on yourself.
I've enrolled myself in programs. They have wrote me back and said that the programs that I signed up for, that they weren't on my OAP. I tried to voluntarily do them, but they said that other people need those programs, that they will write me back, let me know when there was a next opening.
It said on your OAP's addiction services, education, vocation, voices, and job.
When I was told from my unit counselor, they said I only had to do my tier 2, but I explained to him I have done it already, and I asked him if I can enroll in other programs. His name is Counselor Whitman. He told me that those were voluntarily programs when I asked him, but I asked him if I had anything else I had to do in my OAP. He said no.
I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Santos, but those are the programs that I'm seeing on your OAP. And you really need to take them. And I think the fact that you had one of your DRs is conspiracy to convey narcotics in prison, and one is contraband A. You were selling some kind of equipment with needle. So I do think that you need to do some more work on yourself, Mr. Santos. There's no other way I can help you today. But for me, I cannot vote you to discretionary parole because I just think you just have a lot of work to do to figure out what it is that you want to do in your life, where you want to go with it. You're still a very young man, and these are very, very serious charges. And you have what? Criminal possession of firearms?
Yeah.
You know, possession of pistol, revolver, 5 count. Okay, I'm gonna stop there, Mr. Santos, but I think you need to go back and talk to the counselor and explain to her that we want you to do some more programs, that you're not appropriate to go out. But I'm gonna have my other colleagues add what they have to say. Ms. Turner.
So, Mr. Santos, let me see if I have all the details. So you came before the parole board in December of 2020.
Yes.
And you were granted for May 30th.
Yep.
And at that point you had taken tier 2.
Yep.
And you got transfer parole. So you got a 5-month head start on discretionary parole. And you were out on transfer parole, and within 3 months you got this gun charge.
Yes.
I have it right? Okay. So I want you to understand that what we're doing today, as they did back in December, is make a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 5 years you have to serve out in the community before you begin 6.5 years of special parole. And we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. That's our number one charge. And you have not given us much of anything to work with. You were granted, and you're back on a gun charge, two counts. And we get that guns go hand in hand with selling drugs, but it's not acceptable. It endangers public safety. Where did you get the guns?
I have bought them from an addict.
Okay. So where did you practice how to handle and clean and discharge a firearm?
I didn't practice anywhere.
Okay. So do you see how absurd it is to think you can keep yourself safe with a gun you don't even know how to use?
Yes.
Okay. And because you don't know how to use it, and you aren't trained, and you haven't practiced with the weapon, just by virtue of you carrying it, everybody around you in the community is in danger. That gun could go off. You could aim it poorly. You could shoot it, and the recoil could send the bullet flying. You know, we hear all the time about bullets going through windows in children's bedrooms and other unfortunate circumstances. So, you know, this is a big ask, and you know, you have 6.5 years of special parole ahead of you, which I think is really going to be important for you to get your life on the right track. to hold you accountable for the behavior that you've engaged in the community. You have 5 years on the state's deadly weapon offender registry. But the fact that you have a federal sentence that runs through November of 2026, there was no way I was going to let you out before that federal sentence finished. And then after that federal sentence is finished, you're done with us in April of 2027. So, you know, I strongly encourage you to use this time to better yourself. I'm glad you're enthusiastic about the vocational IT training. I hope you'll make the most out of that. And, you know, there was a lot that concerned me in the documents that I read that felt like you didn't really understand what it meant to be responsible. You blamed her friends because they shot first. You talked about having anger building up and that was contributing to some of the choices you were making. I need you to ask them at the facility to put you in an anger management program. You need some strategies and some tools for how to deal with your feelings, because, you know, otherwise they're making the decisions for you, your feelings, and then you're paying the price with the consequences of prison. You need to put your brain ahead of your emotions, and programming will teach you how to do that. It's called cognitive behavioral therapy. You can start with an anger management program. You got to help yourself here, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So we're going to deliberate on the record now. As I said, I just don't think Mr. Santos is appropriate. I don't think he's completed the appropriate programs. He did take Tier 2 way back in 2020. I even think he needs to take it again.
Well, right. He only scored fair to good. I mean, we almost never see such lousy scores.
Right. And he needs to complete the voices and an anger management program. And these are very, very serious disciplinary reports that he's received. And I just think he has a lot of work to do. And so for me.
And he's completely capable. He has a high school education. He's had some job history. I think he's got the potential to, you know, better himself. He's just got to make the choice to do the work.
And he can use his motivation for his family, that he wants to see his family to be his motivation for right now.
Yeah.
So he has 6.5 years of special parole. So we just said it's special.
The only option I see, aside from denying, would be to bring him back in December of 2026.
That's after he's finished his federal
Right,
sentence.
which would give him 5 months head start on the special parole, if they found him suitable. But, you know, the 2019 criminal possession of a weapon, the 2018, both involve shootings.
Right.
So, you know, even that consideration is a big ask. But I also wonder if it wouldn't be a motivator.
It might be.
You know, Nancy, I thought about that. But, you know, I go back and I looked at the criminal history again. And
it's a lot.
It's just so much.
A lot. For such a young man.
I do appreciate that.
But he's only 26 years old.
Yeah.
But I would be very willing to bring him back in December of 26, Ms. Turner, at your recommendation.
It was not necessarily a recommendation, but it was something that I wanted to put on the table for consideration. Because if it encourages him to dig in and do some of the work so that he can get out just a little bit earlier, it'll be worth it. But, you know, his behavior, number one, has got to change in the facility, or the next panel will not
let him go.
Will not grant him. And, I think between voices, anger management, and a fatherhood program, because he has a 6-year-old, he could really set himself up well with that kind of programming to be successful in the community.
So are you in favor of giving him
I'd be okay with
the
that.
December right here?
Do you know 2026?
Let him finish the federal obligation.
Absolutely. Yes. So, Mr. Santos, our thoughts are to give you another opportunity to come back. And so we would bring you back in December of 2026. Would you be willing
Yes.
to come back? And in the
Yes.
meantime, I will, go over the programs in my motion that we would like you to consider along with any other positive programs, okay?
Okay.
We're not giving up on you.
We're not gonna give up on you. Yeah.
We're trying to work with, a very challenging set of circumstances, which is your history, and
Yes.
support you with programming to be successful when you're back out. Because there's no point in you going out and coming back 4 months later with another gun charge. If you come back with another gun charge, it's probably because somebody's dead. Yeah. For what you've been doing out there. So.
All right.
All right.
All right, so he has to do voices, anger management, fatherhood. In the case of Keven Santos, inmate number 421072, there is a motion to deny request for discretionary parole today for poor institutional adjustment, inadequate institutional program participation, and you are on probation.
Transfer parole.
Yeah, and you were on transfer parole when you committed your current offense. So we would like to give you a rehear date of December 2026 with the recommendations to complete these are programs on your OAP, voices, and we would like to include anger management and the fatherhood program and any other positive program that is available to you with no more disciplinary reports. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So, Mr. Santos, please just hear what we're saying. Go back and ask for the program.
All
And
right.
You'll get all this in writing, and the staff there will know that we are recommending additional programming for you.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
okay. Good luck.
This concludes the hearing for Keven Santos, inmate number 421072.
Hello?
Hello, sir. Give us 1 second. Mr. Diaz, right?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Alexander Diaz, 422874.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Diaz, inmate number 422874. He is serving a sentence of six years suspended after 3 years jail, 2 years mandatory minimum followed by 3 years probation for 2 counts of illegal operation of a motor vehicle under the influence and 2 counts of illegal operation of a motor vehicle under suspension alcohol second. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of January 19, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed Tier 4 as of October 16. The DUI home confinement track 3 as of November 17, 2023. Intensive aftercare as of April 3rd, 2024, and voices as of June 20th, 2024 in his incarceration. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Diaz, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted for parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I would like to start by saying thank you for your time today and for considering me for parole. During my time of incarceration, I completed many programs, including the DUI, Tier 4, aftercare, and voices, and I've attended many NA and AA groups. Also, I'm currently enrolled in school for my GED and taking a vocational course for small engine repair. In these programs, I learned a lot. They helped me realize the way I was living was not right. I know now that what I did was dangerous to myself and to others, and I am lucky and I thank God every day that I did not hurt anyone with my actions. I've learned and still learning that taking accountability for my wrongdoing helped me understand I'm not perfect, but allows me to take steps in a positive change in direction. And doing so openly helps me encourage my peers to do the same. Although my past is not perfect, I am working on myself every day to become the best version of myself. During this time of incarceration, I had a lot of time to think about the direction I want my life to go in, and I believe I started that change of direction. I know I can't change my past, but I can change the outcome of my future. I have a plan upon my release to work and continue my education and continue on bettering myself. I have a great support system with my family that only wants the best for me and pushes me to be better. Also, I have a cousin waiting for me to be released to set me up with employment with him at Yard Meadows in Southington, Connecticut. I'm humbly asking to be granted parole so I can be there for my family and most importantly, a chance to prove that I can be better. Again, thank you for your time today.
Okay, well, Mr. Diaz, thank you for your opening comments. We have questions and Ms. Turner will begin.
Afternoon, sir. Thank you for taking the time to write all that out. It was helpful. You delivered it well. I do recognize that you've done some important programs, that you talked about being in school and doing some vocational. All of that's really to your benefit and to be recognized. So what we're doing today is making a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish your sentence, the 3 years, after you finish the 2-year mandatory minimum, out in the community before you begin 3 years of probation. And we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety.
I understand.
Okay, so here's what I have. February 2020, you were driving on a suspended license, an unregistered motor vehicle. May of 2020, you were involved in a crash, a DUI, and you fled the scene. October of 2020, you were involved in a DUI rollover and also left the scene. Then in October of 2021, you were in a stolen motor vehicle that you crashed and walked away. So I don't understand how you could sit here at a parole hearing and tell us you didn't hurt anybody.
Well, I didn't physically hurt anybody. I hurt people. I hurt myself. I hurt my family, and people in the community are all affected by the things that I've done. I know that, and I apologize. And I know there's always room for improvement with myself. And I was not in a stolen car. The car that I was driving was not stolen.
You've chosen to drive on a suspended license at least 4 times. Why would you do that?
It's just, I made mistakes.
No, these were choices. These were choices that you made, sir, to violate the laws of our state.
Yeah, it was choices I made under the influence, and I know they were wrong, and I take full accountability for them. And I'm willing to change. I'm trying to change, and I'm trying to better myself every day.
Why do you suppose you didn't start changing after your first DUI in 2016?
I'm not sure. I guess I was just young-minded and naive.
Here's what I don't understand. You were interviewed before you were sentenced in January of 2023, and you denied having issues with alcohol. Even everybody in your family who was interviewed in the PSI said, you've got a problem. And you're sitting here with multiple DUIs in your history and driving on a suspended license, you know, involved in accidents, crashes that you leave the scene from. How do you not see that you have a problem with alcohol?
I do see I have a problem.
Now you do. Now you do, because you've been involved in programming, which is really positive. But what were you doing between your last crash in 2021 and your sentencing in 2023? Were you on bail, on bond?
Yes, I was on bond. I was working.
Were you drinking?
I'm not gonna lie, sometimes.
So you didn't go to treatment? You know, I think, Mr. Diaz, your sentence is completely appropriate. And I'm glad that you have probation to follow. I hope you have some new insights to work with. Do you know why alcohol's a problem for you?
Yes, I do.
Would you share that with us?
It's because when I drink, I make poor decisions.
But why do you drink to excess?
I don't know. I guess I was just in a dark time in my life.
What made it a dark time?
I had a cousin that passed away in 2020, so I didn't know how to breathe.
Your first DUI was 2016, then 2017.
I don't have no excuses for those.
I'm not looking for excuses, Mr. Diaz. Don't get me wrong. I'm looking to appreciate that you have some insight into why alcohol became a problem for you.
I don't know. I guess just young, just trying to have fun, and I wasn't really thinking about the consequences at the time.
Do you remember any of the crashes?
Yes, I do.
It concerns me deeply that you have completed the DUI program, Tier 4 and aftercare, and you aren't able to explain why alcohol became a problem for you.
I don't know. I can't explain how it became a problem. I just know it did become a problem when I started drinking excessively.
Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic? Do you believe that?
Yes, I do.
Do you think there's going to be a point in your life where you can go back to social drinking?
No.
What is your relapse prevention plan?
To stay working, continue my education, and
look for groups,
What kind of groups?
AA, therapy for anything recommended that'll be beneficial for me.
Put those in order of priority. Can you do that?
The programs?
No, the things that your relapse prevention plan. Put those in order. What's number one?
AA,
Number two?
relapse prevention therapy.
Are you still doing groups there in the facility?
Yes, I am.
Why do you go to AA?
Because I want change. I want better for myself and my family.
What do you get out of the meetings?
I get insight, and they tell me like the steps, and I hear like stories from them that really put perspective.
Have you started working the 12 steps?
No, I was when I was in tier 4, but
Why would you
I don't have a sponsor. I don't have the sponsor. I was waiting to be released so I could find a sponsor.
You really ought to be doing the step work inside. You don't need a sponsor. Find another inmate that's in recovery. You can do it together. I'm really concerned, Mr. Diaz, because I don't think you've prepared yourself to be suitable and successful. And your charges could not be more serious. The risk to public safety.
I understand.
I'm glad you have a sponsor. I'm glad you have a job waiting for you. And, you know, you need to work on this relapse prevention plan. It needs, what are your triggers?
Just people, places, and things.
So what's the thing?
Like, if I'm going by a liquor store that I used to hang out with, or like seeing people drinking and stuff like that.
Sir, that's everywhere. I mean, we have package stores every corner, and you're going back to New Britain, so they're going to be the same ones that you used to hang out at.
I understand, but the things that I want outweigh my past situations. So I want better for myself. So
What do you understand you're going to have to go through to get your license restored?
Repeat that again.
What's it going to take to get your license restored?
I know I have to pay fines. I have to put a breathalyzer in my car.
Called an interlock device.
Yep.
Do you know how long you have to have it?
I believe 2 years.
Probably. You know, it's one thing, Mr. Diaz, to overindulge, to get inebriated, to get, you know, blackout drunk, to binge drink. Those are all problems, but it's your choice. But when you get behind the wheel of a motor vehicle, that's where the problem lies. And I don't think you fully appreciate that. I mean, you're in crashes, you're in rollovers, and you're going to sit here and dispute with me whether or not the motor vehicle was stolen? I just don't think you're getting the picture.
I don't know. I can't.
So in January of 2023, you didn't believe you had a problem. When did you come to the realization that you do?
I did believe I had a problem in 2023.
Nope, not with alcohol. That's what you said when you were interviewed by the judicial branch. Alcohol wasn't a problem for you. So was it made clear it was a problem when you got sentenced to 6 years? Is that what made a difference?
Probably when I was in a tier 4 program, the DUI program.
Do you remember, was it an aha moment? Was it a, oh my God, that's me?
Yeah.
What was it? Something somebody said, a video you watched, a exercise? What was it?
So when they say you become an alcoholic, when it starts interfering with your life.
Been interfering with your life for a very long time, sir. And you know, we see this 2016 DUI. We know that means you have one even before that. You took alcohol education?
Mm-hmm.
I'm earnest in my appeal to you to get a handle on this.
I'm trying.
People are dying on our streets every week because people choose to get behind the wheel after they've used or they've been drinking.
I understand.
Wrong way drivers on almost every case.
I understand.
You are so fortunate that you were sitting before us without having killed someone.
I understand that.
I do hope you understand, because it wasn't for lack of trying on your part. You very easily could have killed people.
I understand that.
You can understand it. I hope you can feel the seriousness that I'm trying to convey to you.
I do.
Good.
And I thank God that I haven't killed nobody with my actions. And I really do. Every day in here, I'm trying to change. And I never want to drink and drive again.
Okay, keep at the change and work on your relapse prevention plan. Because for you to say you're going to look for groups, and that's number 3 on your relapse prevention plan, tells me you aren't taking this seriously. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have no questions, Madam Chair. Just, you're just lucky that you didn't kill anybody, man. I'll just reiterate, you're just so lucky. People in the community are lucky that you didn't kill them.
I understand.
Yeah, Mr. Diaz, Ms. Turner kind of summed it up for me. You completed Tier 4 October 16, 2023, the DUI home confinement 11/17/23. You were in aftercare, you did voices, you did all kinds of stuff. And, here you are. Your drinking is a serious, serious problem.
I know that.
And for me, in the best interest of public safety, I know you need to do some more work on yourself. And I hope you can agree and take the advice that Ms. Turner gave you today. Okay, I'm on set.
Okay. So obviously it's a no for me.
Yeah.
I'm citing criminal history, nature and circumstance, and inadequate evidence of offender change.
I had Ruiz planned to, but I don't have to.
Well, now that he's telling us he's got a sponsor and a job waiting.
Yeah, but that's not anyway, in the case of Alexander Diaz, inmate number 422874, there is a motion to deny request for discretionary parole due to nature and circumstances of the current offense, criminal history, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion granted. Mr. Diaz, we wish you the best of luck.
This concludes the hearing for Alexander Diaz, inmate number 422874. Mr. Doty, don't say anything for me, please. Just wait 1 second, okay?
Yes.
As it relates to inmate Angel Vargas, number 109979, he is being continued to be back due to being moved to a different facility.
Okay, so I'd like to motion that Angel Vargas inmate number 109979 be continued. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
We know which facility.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, October 21st, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joyce Cass.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also present is the Office of Victim Services. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jason Doty, 425292.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jason Doty, inmate number 425292. He is serving a sentence of 8 years followed by 10-year special parole for 3 counts of illegal sexual contact of a victim under the age of 16 and 3 counts of sex 1 with a victim under the age of 13 and the actor more than 2 years old. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 23rd, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the short-term sex treatment program and voices during his incarceration. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range risk of recidivism. I do apologize. I need to get the
Static.
And slow.
So it's low and the SO tip is also low.
No worries.
We have the info.
I can. So it's and then combine accurate with risk.
Okay, thank you. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Doty, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I think I should be granted parole due to the fact that I feel like I've changed a lot since I've been in. I do feel very sympathetic of the victims, and I'm sorry. But there's not enough time in the world to say I'm sorry for the crime that I committed.
Can you hear?
Yes,
Oh, there you go. So it's out again.
Okay, go ahead. Are you done?
I feel I deserve parole because of the fact I feel like I've changed in the past 7 years. Well, almost 7 years of being incarcerated. I've done a lot of different thinking about what I've done. I've had time to start to take responsibility for my actions on what I have done. And this is also just my first incarceration ever. And I don't plan on coming back.
Okay, are you done?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to take turns to ask you questions, and there's victims' input from the Office of Victim Services.
Yes.
They are actually trying to get connected. There was some technical difficulties. So let me just make sure that she's connected. Ms. Williams?
She's muted. She might not know that.
There she's on.
I think I'm connected now. Thank you. Madam Chair, are you looking for the victim statement now?
No.
Oh, okay.
Are you looking for the statement?
We just wanted to make sure she was connected.
Oh,
Are you going to read the statement?
I am when you're ready.
Why don't you go ahead and read it?
Okay. To whom it may concern, I am the mother of the 3 victims whom he sexually abused. I don't agree with him getting released early. I feel he should do his full sentence and more. Because of him, my daughters deal with depression and anxiety every day. They don't feel safe in this world because of him. Every day, they think about what he did to them. The pain haunts them. One of them fears men because of what she has been through. Second daughter, every time she looks at a guy, she sees his face in them. My son has to sleep with a stuffed animal as comfort at an adult age to feel safe at night. My kids' childhood was taken from them because of the sick things he did to them. How could someone do what he did to kids he said he loved? It makes me sick. No one should have to live in fear. With me, I deal with anxiety and PTSD because of what he did to my kids. I fear leaving my house and going to work. Because of him, I do not trust anyone with my kids anymore. One of my daughters and me can't even go to an event with tons of people because we're afraid something might happen. Every day is a struggle in life, not knowing who to trust. It's unfair to us to have to live in fear every day. He is a monster, a piece of crap, heartless person that should not be let out. He ruined our lives forever. If he does get released, please put him far away from Waterbury as possible. We don't need to see him. Our lives are messed up as it is because of him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamlet-Williams.
You're welcome.
Okay. So, Mr. Doty, we're going to begin our questions with Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Doty.
Good afternoon.
I agree that this is your first offense, but it's a very, very serious offense.
Yes, I know.
Early on in your statement, you said you accepted responsibility. What are you accepting responsibility for?
I feel bad that they went through this once before with their father, and then when I tried to bring it up in court that this is the same exact thing that they did to somebody else, I was wrong. I couldn't bring it up in court. Now,
what?
They might have thought I did something to them. I would never hurt anybody.
So are you now denying that you did anything?
No. They might have thought I did.
Did you say, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Did you say yep?
No.
What did you say? You said no?
I said no. But I did not do everything that they accused me of doing.
Oh, I see. So you limitedly did something.
Yes. And I am very sorry about it. If I could take it back, I would. But I can't change that. I cannot change
Well,
the
that's
past.
true. That's very true. And what do you think's going on? You kind of heard what's going on with them, right?
Yes. But also, at the time of my arrest, I had custody of my 2 boys. And when I told her I was going to take her to court for full custody and child support of my 2 boys.
So, Mr.
I know you're going to go. I know where you're going with this. We read it about it already. You're going to blame that she was kind of getting back at you for trying to take custody of the boys.
I had a text message to prove it.
Yeah, that's
But Mr. Doty, we want you to tell us why you feel you deserve parole today.
I think I deserve parole because of the fact that I felt like I have changed a lot since I've been in. Okay. I also got denied community release because of the victim's statement. Okay. I get it. I understand the crime that I committed was a very heinous crime.
And not for a short period of time, for a long time. You were doing this for a long time with each of them. And that's what you reported that.
But what has happened during the time of this so-called allegation, DCF was involved. And the only reason why I didn't go to trial was because I walked in and seen a female judge. And I was like, yeah, no. Give me the 8 years.
Okay. Well, look,
I feel sorry. Like I said, if I could take it back, I would.
But you can't take it back. The issue is you can't take it back. But what you can do is try to get some help. So what we're trying to find out is what help is it that you got that changes you, that makes you a different person on the outside? Because we have to figure out, does it make sense to release you or not today? So unless we feel comfortable that you're going to be released and that children are going to be safe on the outside, and the community is going to be safe, then we can't even go there.
I can guarantee you, I will never go near anybody like that ever again.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, what have you learned in your you took short-term sex offender treatment program. What did you learn? You took voice. What did you learn? Because I'm not hearing anything you learned.
In voices, I learned to take responsibility. So yes, I did commit the crime. Yes. Okay. In the sexual offense program, I learned that I can't just do what I want and get away with it. Because there's always a punishment for something you do in your life. And I believe from being incarcerated for almost 7 years now and everything else, I think I deserve to be able to try a second chance in society and try to change my life for the better.
Well, you served your time because you were convicted of an offense that you committed and you have to do your time. I mean, that's really, we're here to try to figure out if there's a way that we give you an opportunity to come out because you learned some things and you've made some changes in your life inside. And I'm going to be quite honest with you, I'm not hearing that at this particular point in time from you. So I hear you being defensive and I hear you, minimizing some of your actions and I think, that you really have to, take responsibility, more responsibility for the things that you've done.
And I have admitted that, yes, I did commit the crime and I'm sorry. Okay. I learned over the time of being incarcerated that, how can I put this? That it was wrong for what I did, that their life means more than that, than to be a monster. And I believe I deserve it because of the fact that I've been doing my best to stay out of trouble and try to move forward.
But you have this thing I see that you have this thing out of control, but the problem for me is that, well, you really have this thing, Santos. You had a ticket in June.
Yes, and that was because we don't have our normal hot pots. I'll admit it, we don't have our normal hot pots. So I made something so I can cook. I took responsibility. I said it, yes, it was mine. Yes, I did do it. Yes, I had it. I know I shouldn't have.
But you did it.
I never came out and admitted to people when I did something wrong or when I had something I shouldn't have. Over the
Doty,
7 years,
I'm-
I've also tried to sign up for other classes and everything, do other things to try to change myself more, and they told me no, not if it's not on your OAP.
I think there were quite a few things on your OAP.
That was, I had a job. A recommendation for school, I wrote them, they said, if we need any information from you, we will contact you. And then they never contacted me.
Well, you have to advocate for yourself too. You know, it just can't be them reaching out. You gotta, for your own benefit, and for your own health, and your own, you know, your own ability to change.
But I'm trying to get out because of the fact I want to get out of Connecticut. I want to get away from everybody. I want to go somewhere where I can start fresh and not have to have problems and deal with.
I'm sure that you want to do that. I'm sure that you want to do that, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't hear that change today. So I'm gonna pass it on to my colleagues, so I'm sure I have some questions they want to ask you.
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, I just have one or two very quick questions. So, Mr. Doty, I don't know what you're accepting responsibility for today, because when the interview for the Center for the Treatment CTPSB evaluation was done, you provided 3 detailed description of what you did to the 3 victims. In August, let me finish, of this same year, 2024, when the parole officer interviewed you, you denied committing any of the offenses and said you blamed the mother.
So
you said it was all on her.
When
so
they came,
I don't know, today you're speaking, I don't know what you're taking responsibility for, but I'm going to say to you, this is a very heinous crime over an extensive period of time, and it's 3 young victims.
Okay.
And I heard from the mother of the victims and the state of the 3 victims and herself today. And so I'm just being straight up with you. I am not going to grant or approve your discretionary parole today.
Okay, that's
Ms.
fine.
Turner?
So, Mr. Doty, you have guaranteed us that you're not going to go near people. I assume you mean not commit these offenses, this type of offense again? Is that what you're
Yes.
guaranteeing? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
But
So
I'm
in
gonna-
order to guarantee that, you have to know why you did it. Why did you do it?
Well, see, I did it because of the fact that she was, I was not in the right mind. I was thinking in the wrong state of mind at the time. And
What was that state of mind? Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
no,
Okay, so what was the state of mind? That the children wanted it?
no. It's because it happened to me when I was 5, then it happened to me when I was 16, and it happened to me when I was 17 and 18, until I finally came out and told my grandmother about it. And the 2 guys who did it when I was 16 and 17 committed suicide when I told them I was coming out to tell. So I thought it was okay.
Sounds like you haven't gotten the appropriate help to heal and recover from your own victimization, and instead, knowing the pain that it caused you, you turned around and victimized 3 vulnerable children. Do I have that right?
Yes, and if I could take it back, I would.
That's
Trust me.
meaningless. That's meaningless. It's not possible, so it doesn't mean anything. So, what are you going to do to ensure that you do not victimize any children in the future?
If I have any urges, I will go talk to somebody and get more help. I'm willing to do whatever classes I have to do when I get out.
Good. Okay,
To
that's a
better
start.
myself so I can go somewhere and move out of Connecticut. You know, I have somebody that's waiting for me to come home that we're talking about getting married.
You have a fiance?
Yes.
Who is this person? Where did you meet this person?
I met Sherry on, through a friend of mine that told her to write me. She started writing me and we got like really
So
close
you've never
to each
met
other.
her? You've never met
in
her?
person, not in person.
Okay, but you think you're going to marry her?
And she knows what I'm in here for and she knows everything about it.
Well, you know, I'm not sure she knows everything about it because what you've presented to us today is a lot of inconsistencies.
She looked it up. She looked everything up. She knows everything about it.
Okay, so you're asking for parole because you want to start this new relationship.
I want to start a new life and get away from, even, I know I have kids with her and it was court ordered by the court when I went for the sentencing to be able to have visitation with my two boys. It was court ordered. But I'm willing to give that up just to get out of this place and get away from everybody because I'm having more problems in here.
You know what, Mr. Doty? You can't run from yourself. And the real problem is you and the choices that you're making out in the community. And you're offering us this meaningless guarantee when you are attributing your abuse of children, your victimization of children to your own victimization, but you clearly haven't done the work to deal with your own trauma history to prevent you from reoffending.
Can I explain something to you? I got
I'm
arrested
listening.
back when I was 12 for not going to school. Okay. I did 18 months in the Children's Home of Cromwell to go to school. I came out, I did 18 years without getting in trouble again. And I guaranteed the judge I would never step foot in front of him again. And I never did.
Well, I'm not finding you suitable, Mr. Doty, but
I'm willing to do whatever programs that you guys want me to do.
What about the programs that you need to do for yourself? Aren't you motivated for your own healing and growth and to prevent yourself from being back in prison for violating children?
It's not a program that can do that. It's me. I'm being honest with you. If you have a will, you can do it. I had a will for 18 years. I had a will for 18 years.
None of us is in life alone, sir. I think you need a lot of help and support.
Okay.
If you have that much trauma history of your own.
And I have people that are willing to help me, like my aunt, and I have family who's willing to help me when I need help.
Well, then you are very fortunate, sir. I want to make sure that you understand you have 3 standing criminal protective orders against you until the year 2070. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and you have a lifetime on the sex offender registry, and it doesn't matter what state you're living in. You'll be on the sex offender registry.
That's fine.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with Mr. Doty, as I shared with him earlier, I'm concerned the nature of offense in relation to the offense, the nature of this current offense. It didn't show any kind of growth to me in any of the programs that he's taken. In fact, I felt like he was still minimizing what happened, what had gone on. He got VR in June, so he still has some issues within the facility. I just don't see the growth in him. I'm not in a place where I feel comfortable releasing him back out to the public at this particular point in discretionary parole.
Okay, so I stated my reasons already. I have no clue what Mr. Doty is really acknowledging that he did. And he did not identify by doing that. He doesn't know why he did it. And he participated in treatment, but can't say how helpful it was to him.
I know,
Well,
I want to add injury to victims as well.
But to me, his takeaway when you asked about the short-term program was not just that what he's doing was wrong, but that he can't get away with it. I thought that's what sentencing would have taught him. I didn't know he had to take the short-term program to know you can't get away with raping children.
Right.
So,
Actually,
you can't say anything.
so I have nature and circumstance, injury and impact, inadequate evidence of offensive change.
okay.
And I had inadequate release plan. Now we're hearing about a fiance.
Yeah, and then I had sexual behavior treatment, halfway house, and no contact with the victims.
And no minors.
And no contact with minors without PO's permission. Yeah. All right. So in the case of Jason Doty, inmate number 425292, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole for these reasons: nature and circumstances of the current offense, injury and impact to victim and victim's family, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate release plan. I'm also going to set the special parole conditions as follow: no contact with victim HS, BH, AH, and JH. Problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with any persons under the age of 16 in person or through any means of communication without the permission of the parole officer, and released to a halfway house. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so Mr. Doty, I'm sorry we could not have you today, but we wish you the best of luck.
Okay.
This concludes the hearing for Jason Doty, inmate number 425292. You're all set, Mr. Doty.
Thank you.